Yo, 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 what up, what up, what up, what up, people? Welcome to the stream. Your boy is back. How's everybody feeling? How y'all doing? Yo, 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 what up, what up, what up, what up, people? Welcome to the stream. Your boy is back. All right, so we're getting a little bit of a replay now that we've muted the stream, and here we go. How does it sound, chat? How's it sound? I was experiencing a little bit of difficulties, technical difficulties. So let's see what this sounds like. What do you guys think? Good, 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 good. Sounds good, sounds good. So what's going on, guys? Who's in the chat? Talk to me. We got Amar. What's up, bro? How you doing? It's been a minute. What's going on? All right. We got Amar on the Discord. What's up, Amar? Can you hear me? Yo. Can you hear me? All right, hang on a second. Give me a sec, Amar. I can't hear you here. See, we're having audio routing issues. So let me just do something here real quick. Discord. Keep talking to me, Amar. Say something.
Yeah, yeah. How are you? Can you hear that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, nice, bro, nice. It's been a time since I talked to you last time.
I know. It's been what, 2, 3 weeks? About.
Yeah, almost 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, man. Hey, yeah, your boy was down. You know what I mean? I wasn't feeling too well, and so I had to take some time off to get my stuff together.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's good. You should take some rest. Like whenever you're sick, you should avoid, like working and focus on resting so that you could, like get well sooner and work with your full energy.
abs- absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, man. So, talk to me. What about you? What have you been up to? What you been working on?
Yeah, so like so within like in 2 weeks I'm gonna start with machine learning.
Hmm.
Also, and do you use LinkedIn or X?
I use X.
What is your ID? My add you real quick.
It's everything is in the description. Actually, it's at yeah, it's in the OAI. Everything's in the on the channel. Uh, I haven't really posted much on X, and also TikTok. I haven't really posted anything, but these channels are there. So yeah.
Well, I'm like nowadays, like I'm marketing my product a lot on like X and I'm not a lot, but I have posted my first ever article on the platform.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Um. Yeah. Send it to Discord. In fact, let me just bring up X. So cool. Let's see. You sent me the link, yeah? Absolutely. Yeah. No problem. So then how is school going? How are your courses going? Everything's good? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Got you. Right. So yeah, so they just really focus on extracting rather than providing knowledge to you, which is really dishonest, really. Right. Got you. Yeah. Hey, because you know your path, you know what you want, so definitely go and get it. Yeah. So, what about your parents? Do your parents support you in making that choice? Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Okay, yeah, that's pretty sad because if they don't know, if they don't have any point of reference as to what exactly tech can do, then they're actually thinking in terms of the old way of doing things. They're thinking about STEM, science, technology, engineering. If you said you were going to be a lawyer, then they would understand, or a doctor, or an engineer, structural engineer. These are things they understand. But most people, most parents, they don't understand the new paradigm because it's a new paradigm. Right now, people are making more, tech is making more millionaires than any other field of endeavor. Yeah. Oh, I lost you there. Give me a second. What is up with my sound? Say something. I actually pulled it up right now. I mean, I'll read it after we finish our conversation. But yeah, and I'm on your was is that X? Yeah, that's you right there. Let me just give you a quick follow. Yeah, I'm on your X page right now. I just followed you. Yep, got you. Yeah, as like we were saying, your folks, they're not really gonna understand until they see your success, and you know, and the thing which what you have to do is just prove them. I'm not gonna say prove them wrong, but show them what's possible, because as soon as you become successful, then there's no more argument. It's going to be as clear as day. This is exactly what I've been doing, and this is my success story. And then they will get it once you become successful. Exactly. Yeah. uh, Damn it, give me a second. Give me a sec. I just lost audio one more time. Let me pause for a second. Discord. See, these are the technical difficulties that I've been having lately. So I need to Discord, Discord, Discord. Give me 1 second. Let's remove that. All right, keep talking now. Wait 1 sec. I still can't hear you. What the hell is going on? Go ahead, say something. Yes, but I'm not a marketer. I'm familiar with it, but in terms of because marketing is a separate specialty altogether. You know what I mean? So in terms of marketing, yes, I'm aware of the procedures. What's involved, but as far as actually being a marketer, I'm not a marketer. Hmm. Yep. Okay, so is it because he's not a marketer, or he's not interested, or what's going on? Right. But I mean, you're probably going to find something or somebody who's willing to partner with you, as a co-founder. Well, just keep searching. I mean, that's one guy, all right? You ask one guy. So there's probably more people you could ask uh who would be willing to join you, you know what I mean? Yeah. Mhm. Basically, just working on different things, different projects. Also, of course, resting a whole lot and just restructure because remember, um, I'm launching my startup. So there are multiple products, multiple products at different stages of development. So I had to kind of focus on those, putting some things together, a server, commissioning, and a bunch of behind the scenes stuff that things that I'm not actually going to share online for various reasons, because there were a lot of there were a lot of guys who are actually watching streams and waiting to basically for a way in, a way to basically hijack your stuff, whether to hack in, hack into your back end or find a way to hack into your system if they see a flaw. But as a rule, I'm not going to release anything until proper security auditing has been done. Proper auditing has been done. It's something that everybody should sort of put into their workflow as well before you publish anything, especially something because I code in public, and by coding in public, there are a lot of information that's readily out there. They can go back to a stream and watch the stream and try to catch some sort of fumble, something I may have missed. But what is going to be published is not what's on the live stream. Of course, it's the product itself. However, there's going to be significant changes made in terms of security. You know what I mean? It's going to be a lot of auditing done to make sure the code is secure before we go live. That's pretty much that's what's been going on, man. I miss being because it's been daily. I've been live, going live daily, and then not going live. It's like something's missing. You know what I mean? Mm, right. The first project is actually okay. Well, I'm not even set up right now to show it to you. The first project is actually it's an e-commerce platform. eh? And that e-commerce platform is going to have it's something that Google premiered at their WWDC recently. It's um it's basically a way to use augmented reality to try different elements onto your to superimpose onto your face. It's basically a male care beard care product, and you'll be able to basically through your camera overlay different styles of beard on your face. And that's a bonus to the app. But the main component of the app is basically beard care products. For instance, beard oil, beard balm, beard butter, and all sorts of different things that basically for male grooming, brushes, combs, and scissors and stuff like and trimmers. That's the first product. All right. Yeah, and then the second, because remember, there's over 20 there's over 20 different products. Some of them, of course, I have buyers lined up. They're interested in purchasing some of these solutions, but um, some of them I'm going to release myself. And the first one, which is it's low hanging fruit. So the first one I'm launching is the e-commerce platform. So that's basically web and Android and iOS applications. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think you could, except for your use case, right? What I think will be, um, what I think will be more valuable to the end user is to be able to use AR, right? Augmented reality to right to interface whether it's with your um, whether it's with your fitness app, you know what I mean? Something like if you want to monitor your heart rate throughout the day, and that could be, again, get probably the API or the, I guess you could use the health kit from Apple, and then you could use the API from Google to tap into the health kit as well, where you could monitor steps, right? How many steps you took during the day. You could monitor heart rate. You could also monitor. You could also monitor, because now you could monitor mood, right? And you could monitor the user's mood, that type of stuff. And I guess probably in the near future, because these SDKs and the APIs are getting so advanced, and now with AI, you would probably be able to monitor, for instance, blood pressure, right? Or even blood sugar level. And this is something that would be invaluable for diabetics. You know, if let's say somebody want to monitor their sugar levels throughout the day, then that could be, again, the alert would appear on, in their peripheral vision. So again, it's non-intrusive. You don't have to carry multiple devices with you. It's right there. So your screen is basically right there on your eyeball, and I think that could be something you could focus on in terms of adding extra features that would be not just for quality of work type thing, but it also the function would be invaluable, because imagine if somebody's diabetic, right? They're always monitoring the blood glucose, and if you can interface that to now give them reports every, you know what I mean? Every time their blood sugar level dips to a certain level or rises, because you have hypoglycemic and you have also hyperglycemic. Hypo, that means low sugar. Hyperglycemic, that means too much sugar in the blood. So you could select, you know what I mean? A parameter and say, all right, if it dips below this number, send the user an alert. Okay, that means your blood sugar is too low. That means that you have to eat something to basically introduce sugar in your bloodstream, then to bring you back to a nominal level. If your blood sugar is too high, if you want insulin or you taking other things, then you're supposed to basically now go ahead and bring your sugar level down. And I think that will be a great addition to your application. Hmm. 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 I lost you. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is like, mid, mid quality and also the early plan is to, make such sort of smart glasses that could replaces smartphones. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. I hear you. So I think what you could what you could do, right? For instance, your the idea to use the glasses as a coding assistant and to have some sort of basically what it would entail, right? Is to basically have um, sort of a team of agents, basically agentic programming, where instead of you, for instance, given a command to chat gpt to search the web or to produce a result or to book a ticket for to a concert for you, then those agents could be part of the team, your back end application as well, where the user could say, okay, listen, I need to put my schedule together, so I need you to book a dentist appointment for me tomorrow at 10 a.m. If it's not available, book for 3 p.m. And then I'm going to have lunch with, I'm going to have lunch with Mary at 1 p.m. at this restaurant, make a reservation. And then I'm going to have dinner, let's see, 7 p.m. at this restaurant, make a reservation. And then that's it. So now the agent in the background will go and orchestrate all these things. It'll find the restaurant. You don't have to tell it, you tell it the name of the restaurant. You don't have to give it the phone number or how to reserve. It'll know exactly what to do because it has tool callers. So by utilizing the tool callers, it'll be able to actually go and make a call. There will be a voice assistant. It'll make a call, talk to the restaurant, talk to the doctor's office, the dentist's office, make a reservation, book it into your calendar, and then you get a prompt right in your glasses. It'll tell you, okay, reservation confirmed. If there's a if there's a discrepancy, then like you said, okay, the slots are not available for 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. or 3 p.m., then they'll come back to you and say, okay, these are not available. What other options? So this is all things you kind of could do, and with those agents as well. And by because now you have the agents program, you could still use the agent as a coder as well. Whatever you want to do, you could just tell the agents, "Hey, launch VS Code, and um, I want you to create an app for I don't know a CRM for this restaurant for my cousin." All right, cool. It'll all right, let's do it, and it'll do it. And once it's done, it'll send you a prompt, and you can check it out yourself. I mean, the possibilities are endless. There's so many things you could do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So what you, yeah, I mean, what you just said is like good and sounds cool, but here is the deal.
Hmm.
So, actually, the features you mentioned, first of all, they are, like, of course, like, one day I plan to add them,
Hmm.
but again, they are not going to be in the version one of our glasses,
Oh,
right?
of course
So they
not.
are,
Yeah, of course not.
yeah, like
These,
so
yeah.
advanced. Like making such, features require a team of, like hundreds of engineers. So yeah, so like I mean, not necessarily hundreds of engineers, but of
Hmm.
course they require
A good
a
sized
team.
team. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so like that's, and of course initially we are not gonna have it. Initially I'm gonna be all alone. Yeah, of course I will give myself a time to, build features, program the features. The time is going to be around 6 to 7 months, which is a lot of time to, like add features. But again,
Yeah.
the features you mentioned actually require some capital as well, because we will have to access APIs. And
Hmm.
APIs, at most platforms, APIs are, paid. So
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's so like initially we are like gonna build something that is useful. And inshallah, of course, if we iterate, like make version 2, version 3, version 4, of course we are gonna add more features, more useful features, more features that actually solve problems and make your life easier, like that. uh, and of course, we're gonna stick to our plan, which is, like someday, not someday, but like in mid or late 2028, build some sort of glasses that completely replaces smartphones. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
yeah, that's a goal. Now, again, there are a lot of backlashes. Like a phone, like it will require a big battery, which
Hmm.
is pretty hard to like fit in glasses. But of
Yeah.
course, as tech is improving, miniaturizing of these components is also improving. And I think in the next 2 or 3 years we are gonna have such batteries which could power the glasses for 5 to 6 hours straight. Like even, yeah, so like imagine, like, you don't have to buy a phone anymore, and you are, like buying glasses for $300, which could do all the stuff that a phone could do. So why would you buy $1,000 iPhone when you could just buy a smart glasses,
Yeah,
pair of smart
exactly.
glasses?
No, for sure,
That's what I
definitely. No, definitely, because it will eliminate the need for multiple devices, especially if you're let's say if you're on the go, right? You're outside, you're running from meeting to meeting, and in a lot of situations, let's say you're in a big city like New York City, right? You're in public transportation, you're on the train, and it's crowded, right? And the most uncomfortable thing is to pull out your phone, and then where you literally people are right on top of each other, and then you can't even extend your elbow up, away from your body to hold your phone. Where and then you
mean.
trying to navigate, you trying to and imagine now you don't have to do that anymore. Everything's right in front of your eyes. All you got to do is basically touch the handle, the arm of the glasses, or it could be voice command as well, or it could be gesture, what I mean, gesture based, because now there are different ways to trigger these things. It could be gesture, it could be voice, could be touch, or it could be all three, where you could toggle between whatever's more convenient. But I'm assuming if you're in a crowded area, voice wouldn't be very suitable. So you would either go through touch or gesture, and
Yeah,
that
yeah.
will eliminate the use for a phone or a tablet altogether. Just you're completely independent. You don't have to log a big phone and then But again, the one thing you said earlier is the main stumbling block right now is battery life.
Exactly. Like currently we don't have, I mean, look, tech is, like nowadays, especially after AI, tech is, moving really, really fast. So I believe that in the next 2 or 3 years, we are definitely going to have the sort of batteries that could power smart glasses and power, apps like YouTube, Instagram, Discord through your smart glasses. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure, for sure.
WhatsApp. Yeah, that's the goal. And like so the point is, we are not like replacing tech, we are just redefining it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's going to redefine how people interact with tech, and especially now with
And
AI,
like,
voice assistants, voice command. It's
yeah,
amazing. Yeah.
let me let me tell you something really fun, right? So like in the last conversation that we had, you were talking about manifestation, and like assume, yeah, a big tech like Apple or Microsoft
Hmm.
acquiring you for $40 billion and sending their private jet to pick you up. You discussed about that stuff last
Hmm.
time, right?
Yep.
Like I was thinking that like when I will go big, inshallah, which I will, I will be giving a TED talk, and talking about my struggles, my fails, like the
Yeah.
days when I was struggling with the code, with people laughing at me, and and now they're using my innovation, giving a TED talk like this, while having a net worth of you know what I mean, like a high net worth and a good good social media reputation.
Yeah, absolutely. Because anybody uh, who's achieved greatness, and especially let's say the big five, right? Apple, Microsoft, um, Amazon, Google, and who else? Let's say Alibaba, Jack Ma, right? The Chinese guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All five of them were ridiculed. They were made fun of, and especially Jack Ma, where he applied and to so many different universities. It was declined. He applied, to Yale, to you name it, MIT. He applied. He was always declined. And when he finally started working, right, he decided, okay, this is not going to work for me. I need to pursue my dream. And his dream was basically to start selling stuff on the internet. And back then in the 80s and 90s in China, internet wasn't even, you know, it wasn't even widespread. So a lot of people thought he was crazy. And
It is.
a lot of people says, "What are you doing? You're crazy. Go back to your job. I mean, that's a paycheck." But they didn't really see a paycheck was what was going to keep him where he was. If he would have listened to everybody around him, Alibaba wouldn't exist. Quen, his LLM wouldn't exist, and he's still releasing new innovations. And it was the same thing with, of course, Jeff Bezos come from a rich family. Steve Jobs' family had money as well, and all these guys that come from, even Bill Gates, the parents were well to do. But at the same time, they they also followed their dream, and then now you can't go anywhere on the planet without seeing something about Microsoft or Amazon, or Apple. There's anywhere in the world right now. These guys are trendsetters. Basically they drive major economies. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Like like I was manifesting that TED talk on upload it on YouTube,
mhm.
and like the title would be how this teenager from Pakistan created Apple's worst nightmare, because like Apple phone, like Apple's phone are going to be cancelled. Like what I mean. So yeah, that was the stuff that I was imagining. But
Absolutely. Yeah,
that
for
like
sure,
no
for
one,
sure.
yeah, so no one around me, like is into this stuff tech. Like the reality is pretty sad, right? So they are, like just into entertainment and traveling, like going to restaurants and all that stuff, going to malls, posting Instagram stories,
Hmm.
posting reels, watching, doom scrolling entire day. And
Yeah,
I'm not like that. Not like that. I am more, like sitting in my room coding,
stay
learning
focused.
math.
That's good.
Yeah, discussing my startup idea with my partner and all that. So I'm that more like that sort of a guy. And like those are the people that laugh at me, but they will be googling me one day.
There you
So
go.
that's
That's the attitude. Yeah,
yeah.
that's one of the last conversations we had, and I'm glad you're doing that because, uh, you know, uh, projection, right? When you're projecting, when you're actually not so much, because I guess people overuse the term manifestation too much. It's not so much, manifesting because you still have to do the work, but it's more of positive reinforcement, positive thought. If you can visualize it, it is visualization. If you can visualize it and you work towards that goal, it's going to happen. Let me. I got somebody
Yeah,
in the. I got somebody. Sorry, I got somebody in the chat right now. Adarsh. I don't know if that question was for me or for you. It
Yeah.
says, which platform does work well while working with mobile apps? Oh, which platform does work well while working with mobile apps? Adarsh, that's a very ambiguous question. I guess you mean um, which platform do you use to develop the mobile apps? It doesn't really matter whether you on iOS, I mean OS X or Windows. It doesn't really matter as long as you have the proper tools, right? Um, what exactly do you mean? But yeah, exactly by work well with mobile app. That's for you, Adash. If you're still there, I don't know if you're still in the chat. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Um, it's between those two. If I were to choose between React Native or Flutter, I would probably go with React Native because React Native is more widely used. Yeah, and it's more. I think that was for me, Amar. I think the question was for me. I believe if you go with React Native, you'll have a better you'll have a better I guess coding experience. Uh, but then you have to be on OS X when you want to develop the iOS app because you'll need Xcode. You'll need to run Xcode to develop the app. But I believe it's the same with Flutter. You need Xcode during in order for you to deploy to the App Store. You need to run Xcode. So that's one hurdle you have to cross when you use either Flutter or React Native. Yeah, good choice, Adarsh. Yeah, good choice. Yeah, Amar, you
Well,
still
yeah.
there?
Uh, yeah, yeah. React Native. Actually, I'm not really a app developer, so I really do not know.
Hmm.
But yeah. So React Native is more popular and more used. Like in real world application development. I would actually need a app developer to develop my app of smart glasses. Like that pairs with the phone. And I mean, I really don't know because I mean, I don't have a passion for app development, and I'm
Hmm.
not even gonna learn it. So I would need someone to develop my app, and that is a headache, sort of.
No, no, for sure. It's better. It's better, for you to focus on the research and development and basically the core technology behind the product, and that the actual UI UX you need
Yeah,
need
yeah.
somebody else to take care of that. I mean, it'll work best that way anyway, and you won't burn out either because it's a lot of work for you to do the research and development, to work on the code and then go into the UI UX. It's a lot of work, so you definitely need a co-founder for that.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yep,
Can you
yeah,
hear me?
I can hear you.
Do you know, like I was, researching a bit and I got to know that, like in Bill Gates' time, like they were the real, software engineers. I read that, like they used like like for code review, they used to, push their code to punch cards, and they
Right.
used to go yeah, yeah, like are you familiar with this fact? And go to, like some research
Yeah.
high-end university.
Uh huh.
There was a machine, right? Like they used to, give your card to, like the machine, and it will review the code. But like if there's a single syntax error, then entire program would fail.
Yep.
Like if there is a single alphabet mistake in your code, then it won't be pushed to the card, and all that stuff. And coding, like there was only terminal,
Yeah.
plain text, and your keyboard to code.
That's it.
Nowadays we have fancy code. Yeah, Yeah, nowadays we have fancy code editors like we have Visual Studio Code, where
Hmm.
we could code entire softwares, in days. Whereas do you know that the machine literally used to take hours to like give just one basic feedback of your code.
Right. Yeah, no, definitely. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, coding has come a long way, from punch cards to to terminal programming to basically basic monochrome CRT, tube monitors with really clunky platforms with floppy disks and where your computer's capacity to compute of your computer was really crappy to now where we have supercomputers, we have super GPUs where you could literally uh, do things like simulate the whole Library of Congress, where you could basically have it ingest the whole Library of Congress. That's amazing. And it's never been better to actually get involved into into coding and to realize whatever dreams you may have in terms of vision to create some sort of technology, or whether it's your solution for smart glasses, or could be later on solutions for let's say new science, new technology that doesn't even exist yet. So all these things are going to be possible. And when you think about the possibilities, what we're doing now, what we're imagining now, 3 to 5 years from now, it's going to be completely transformed. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be completely transformed. Believe me.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like from punch cards and terminal, like yet still we have minds that built internet, built like these skyscrapers, like Microsoft,
Hmm.
Nvidia, and all that. We still have minds who like innovated phones, smart, laptops, computers, smart computers. Like
Yeah.
they're capable of handling huge tasks, and now we are into AI. So technology has evolved ever since. But what is
Hmm.
the one main thing that had to evolve in first priority and didn't? What is that thing?
What is it?
It's our education system.
I'm laughing about it, but it is sad. It is very
Yeah,
sad.
like
Yeah, because I guess um, I'm pretty sure it's the same in Pakistan and America and a lot in the rest of the world. Maybe not so much in America, but places probably Pakistan, probably places like Thailand or Southeast Asia, where the the education system lags behind the new trends. You know, what's happening is what they're trying to teach you HTML and CSS and JavaScript, where things are way more advanced than that. So there were a lot of things that you probably not going to need to ever touch a keyboard in the near future. You're just going to talk to the AI agent, just voice prompt, just like I'm talking to you right now. You'll be able to have a conversation with a bunch of AI agents and say, hey, you have the one agent that manages all your other agents, and you say, hey, I need to do this. It'll take that prompt and it'll divide the task to different agents and say, okay, you do this, you do that, you do that, and it's going to be seamless. And a lot of schools and universities, um, they are they are probably 10 years behind, and I'm probably being generous, right? They're probably being
the
Go
The
ahead.
point is that like highest education America is 10,000 times better than education in India or Pakistan. Like so as I told you earlier, like
Mm,
that's the corruption stuff in education,
yeah.
and like the teachers taking money from students to let them cheat. I told you about that, and that is
Yeah.
pretty sad. I mean, yeah. So like how the hell can you expect a society with such lack of thinking, that like to produce big minds and big people, big entrepreneurs, uh like even my parents, so like I'm sort of a obsessed person, like
Hmm.
like I'm most of the time I'm coding or learning maths or researching and all that. But like whenever my parents see someone like being social, being traveling with his friends, because they think that it makes you active. That's the word they use, active, like social, more prepared for the upcoming if a world in future. That's
Yeah.
what they think, but that's not true. I mean, most of the people who actually succeed are, the ones who, and like work for years without applause,
Hmm.
without, claps, without being appreciated, but still they make histories. Do you know Nikola Tesla? Do you know about him?
Of course.
But literally, like that guy, literally my mentor, like my like I literally follow him. Like, do you know that guy died in a hotel room in a condition where he was not even able to pay his rent of the
Hmm.
room that he was living in?
I know.
Yet, do you know the reason why your house has electricity and my house has electricity? The reason why you have internet and I have internet is Nikola Tesla.
Absolutely. And even, I mean, he had so many patents when he died. And
Yeah, but
guess who stole those patents?
it was many people like Edison. That Edison was literally a what there's no like I can even use a bad word in this stream,
Yeah, of
but
course.
like yeah, but you know what he did, like he did him dirty like with Nikola Tesla. Do you know about that? Like $50,000. That story where he promised Tesla $50,000 but didn't give it. Do you know about that story?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm
Yeah, so like
Nikola Tesla is. I mean, I studied Nikola Tesla uh,
yeah.
far and
Have
wide.
you ever been to New York?
Hmm?
Have you been to New York? Of course you have. Of course you must have been to there. I mean, have you seen the New Yorker hotel where he died?
Absolutely. I'm from New York. I'm not from Manhattan, but I'm from New York, bro.
Right. Where are you? Where are you living currently?
Well, right now I'm in Africa, but I'm actually traveling right now. But it's very because Nikola Tesla. First of all, he's from Croatia, all right. And
Yeah.
when he emigrated to America, it was just like everybody who emigrated to America back in the day. It was in search of a better life, right? So when he got there, then you have the Edison era, where Edison basically stole a lot of his inventions, where he created um, a lot of amazing solutions for mankind, because at the core, he was a very sensitive guy, and he was a very, I guess, what they deemed to be sort of like communist leanings, yeah. Because he didn't really want to monetize any of his inventions, because he thought his inventions should be enjoyed by the world, and they
Exactly.
they did not like that because, well, of course, about the Tesla coil, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
That bro, that is literally magic.
Exactly. So with the if we had the Tesla coil right now, we wouldn't have to pay the government for electricity. But the government doesn't want that, because most electricity grids, whether they're in partnership with a private company, and a lot of countries, but also you have private companies, but the government has a stake because it's basically it's infrastructure that's key to a nation. So the government always has a stake in the electricity grid, right? So if, for instance, everybody had a Tesla coil where you're generating free energy, where would the government make money out of you? They wouldn't make money off of you. Not only they're making money from the taxes you paid, income tax. You know what I mean? VAT. Whenever you
Yeah,
purchase something, you pay tax on top of
that
that.
is exactly what JP Morgan did to him.
Yeah, and also some of his patents, for instance, USB, right? The USB that we use today on all our devices. This is a Tesla invention. Um,
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
bro. Like,
wireless charging, right? Because a lot of these phones, you have
yeah.
wireless charging. That's also a Tesla invention.
Do you know about the tower he was working upon that would give the world wireless electricity?
Yes, where he basically, when he tested it, he leveled a forest in the north of Siberia, right? Where he basically there was an energy field that was basically wirelessly transmitted far and far away, and nobody knew that it was him at the time, but it was actually a Tesla invention. That level, you can Google it. I'm sure you've seen that as well. And if we had these technologies, we would be way better off. But then when after he died, most of his patents were taken by. I mean, some people took some as well, but most of them, the really valuable ones, they were taken by the U.S. government.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
which
That
is
is
really a
sad,
shame.
bro. Like,
Yeah, it's really sad. But again,
like,
it's one of those things, right? It's one of those things where uh, you see the the evil in the world because of money. You see,
yeah,
because
yeah.
if the government says, "Hey, how are we going to make money out of this?" If we're not making money, then we're not going to do it. That's how they do it.
Mhm. Yeah, the government literally, like adds money in every single thing. Like, like they want money from you, whether it's your income, whether it's your bills, whether it's your, you know, every single thing.
Yeah, there's tax everywhere. You have let's say if you have a business, you have you have tax on your business. Corporate tax, right? Then you have income tax. Then you have
Yeah,
VAT or value added tax. Let's say you go to the store, you buy something, you buy a laptop, you got to pay tax on it. You go to the grocery store,
yeah,
you buy whatever you buy, and then you always paying taxes on top of taxes. You pay for your electricity
yeah,
bill, there's tax on it. You pay for your water bill, there's a tax on it. So for them, if they can't generate any tax from it, then they don't want it. Yeah. All right. So let's chill for a second. Adarsh, are you still there? You do us a favor. Just drop a like on the stream, and then while I got you guys on the stream right here. Right now live on Kick as well. I just started streaming on Kick today. I did a couple of tests last week and a couple of days ago. So I'm trying to actually
okay.
double stream right now. So I'm actually live on Kick as well. So go to Kick. The link is in the description if you guys don't mind. Like the stream on YouTube and then go to Kick and hit the subscribe button, hit the follow, and then drop a message in the chat. So because I'm testing the chat as well to see if I can get multi chats to show up on one, and then the chats will show up on the stream as well at the bottom of the screen. So this I'm just testing different things right now. Adarsh, if you're still there, I'll tell you about my startup. after you drop a like on the stream and go to Kick and hit the follow.
So
All right. All right. So
like
Ahmad,
why do we? Yeah. So like I'm logging in on Kick. I haven't really heard of it before. Like it's a new platform, I guess, or no?
it's been around since 2020, and it's like it's I guess it's a replacement for Twitch. Yeah,
Oh,
it's mostly
Twitch.
yeah, it's mostly for live streaming, and it's so I'm trying it
Okay.
out. So I just set up, and I'm trying because now I can
Okay.
broadcast to YouTube and Kick and Twitch at the same time, but I'm not on Twitch right now. So I'm just testing YouTube and Kick.
Yeah. Do you know, like nowadays I'm posting regularly on X and LinkedIn and all that because let's say if there's a form of marketing, right? Like we are a small startup and like not with millions of dollars with of investment. Of course, we gotta start small. That's why I'm building in public. Like, go see my post. You will see, like the small steps,
Hmm.
like the projects I made. I'm uploading them every single day.
That's good. No,
Yeah, that is a form of building in public.
yeah, no, definitely because what's going to happen is at some point someone's going to see what you're doing, and whether it's a co-founder or whether it's an investor or a user or potential user, all that will count in the end. So it's a good thing. Yeah, definitely. LinkedIn and X, those are good avenues to actually post. And then I see also you're on, let me see here. Yep, you are here. There you are. Yeah. Yeah, Medium. Okay, which is cool. Good. Yeah. So, fellas, ladies, and gents, if you just joining the stream, I'm just having a conversation with Amar, who's a young developer putting together a very interesting project. It's at the very early stages, I guess. Something that to look out for is in the wearables space, which is going to become a major part of tech. Because imagine where the lines will be blurred between tech and human, where not having to interface with your phone, having to unlock your phone, take your phone out of your pocket, unlock it, launch an app, and interact with it to get the information that you need, where that information will be readily available right in front of your eyes through the uh, through the glasses, through the smart glasses rather.
Yeah.
And it's the next level of wearables where the lines will be blurred. You will no longer have to interact with touch screens and keyboards and stuff like that. Yeah, very exciting project.
Yeah. But it is not going to be easy as well, though.
Nope, but it's a challenge, but it'll be worth it.
Look, bro, like if something is rewardable, it is going to be challenging, right? So it's our job to, like deal with those challenges and conqueror.
Hmm. Definitely. Yeah,
Yeah,
challenges are the stuff that creates greatness. You know,
yeah,
when
like trust me, like whenever I'm talking about my startup, like calling to a mentor, they would be like, no, don't do it because you're young. No, don't do it because, like hardware is tough. No, don't do it because it is very hard, especially from a country like Pakistan. But I'm not stopping, okay? I know that, like I am not, built for something, average. I'm built for something extraordinary. So yeah,
there
we
you
are
go,
gonna
there
uh,
you go.
you know, go beyond what society expects us from us. And this is the exact same society which is going to reward us when we become successful.
Yeah, exactly. No, definitely. No, you said it right because at the end of the day, they are most of these, I guess, naysayers. They have their mind made up as to what they can perceive is possible, but those are limiting
Yeah,
beliefs. You know, limiting beliefs. Well, you can only imagine what your mind can perceive. If you can't perceive it, then it's not going to happen for you. So don't listen to any of those guys. Just
yeah,
do what you need to do to make sure you realize, you get your dreams. You get your dreams on track, and don't listen to anybody. Just go for it. And
yeah,
people say sky's the limit. There's no limit. Just go.
yeah. Like, okay, like, so like let's discuss some general stuff now. Okay,
Mm.
tell me, have you like ever been in a relationship?
Yeah, of course. What do you need to know?
Like how did it went? I mean, like, are you not in one right now? Like, what happened?
Right. Okay. Because you still don't know how old I am, right? And
You are 22.
hmm?
You are 22, right?
No, no, I'm not. I'm way older than that. Because remember, I told you guys on the stream last time. I'm going to reveal.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
yeah.
yeah, today's not reveal day yet, but I can tell you this. I've been in several relationships, and getting into relationships, it's something that's going to be instrumental to your success and or your failure. Let me explain. Especially in the field that you're going to pursue. It is not an easy path, but it will be very rewarding once you succeed. But then there
Yeah,
will be some bumps in the road along the way. So you need to find, if you're going to go into a relationship, but mind you, you're still 15. So, think of it as, when you're 19, 20, you know what I mean? Maybe 3, 4 years from now, when you start looking into getting into a serious relationship, possibly a life mate, somebody who's going to become your wife and whatnot, then you need a partner who understands you. You need a partner who supports you and your journey and your dreams and the vision, right? Because that vision, although it's yours, but it will become your vision. That means yours and hers. Her role, although she'll be acting as in a supporting role. You know what I mean? So she'll be your support system. So it's very important that you choose wisely. And the way you're going to choose is basically to have that conversation early and say, you know what, this is what I'm doing. This is my plan. And it's going to be a long journey. And is this something that that particular person that you have in mind as a life partner, as a life mate, your wife, your future wife, and whatnot, they have to be able to understand that and to support you 100%, to be behind you 100%. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like uh yeah, so like actually, like in my opinion, like that's tough, like that relationship and girlfriend boyfriend, they are, like very very dopamine giving things,
Mm-hmm.
and dopamine is dangerous if you want to be successful. So in my opinion, yeah, and like the path that I am going on, that, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so uh in my, like, if I get in a relationship, that would be straight up my destruction. And there's a reason behind it. It's because, like, I'm 15 right now. Of course I want to get married someday. In fact, if I get married right now, I have no problem. Yeah, that was a joke. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So but like still, we are men, like we have feelings, you know what I mean?
Of course.
Like we have, sort of urge to, like, get in a relationship, have a partner that, supports you when you are lonely, that sort of stuff. But again, like, the best of the people who, are like today, they are the best of the destinies, are the people who had the worst of the
Yeah.
pasts, like the worst, like they used to spend nights lonely and years lonely to achieve their goal. And I have decided for myself that I'm not, like, gonna get in a relationship before I achieve my goals. At least
Mm.
before I, become settled and become, like, a someone who can earn money, and
Yes.
yeah.
No, definitely to build yourself first and foremost, and then build your nest before you bring in somebody. But let's say, because of course, remember, you're 15, and also one other factor, right? We have to consider. Um, being a Muslim, in the Muslim faith, you're not going to go out there and start dating. I don't know if your parents, or if even you are a strong Muslim, where dating is not something that's in the culture. So
Yeah,
taking
it's forbidden.
exactly. So this is something that's going to factor into as well. How is this union going to come about? Is it going to be an arranged situation where your parents, and your interest parents get together and then it's arranged, or is it going to be a more liberal way of doing things, but still there's no dating, so that's something you have to take into consideration. And at the same time, once you start building yourself up, and let's say, I said maybe 21, 22, you know what I mean, 22, 20, maybe let's say 25 years old. Let's say you're in a comfortable place, because remember, once you reach a certain age, right, you gotta prioritize certain things. Yes, you gotta prioritize your career, because without your career, you won't be able to earn, you won't be able to support, or to build a family, right? So what you got to think about, let's say, don't wait till you have $1 million to say, okay, now I'm ready, because there'll never be a perfect time. But as long as you have enough means to support yourself, your spouse, and a child, yeah, yeah, then by all means, go ahead and do it. Don't wait till it's super late. but at the same time, don't do it too early either, because then it's going to be quite challenging.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, what are you on to right now?
What am I?
Like, what are you on to? Like, what are you doing right now?
Basically, as I'm talking to you, I'm tweaking the stream on. I'm tweaking the stream on Kick. I'm tweaking a couple of other things where
I'm what? Yeah.
I'm basically trying to get things set up for for the new stream set up starting next week, starting this coming Monday. So I figured I'd come on the stream and then reconnect. I'm glad you came through, and some of the other guys, some of the other streamers who some other regulars would drop in. I know a couple of guys said they would drop in on the stream later today. Um, so yeah, we'll see. I know who else was gonna drop by. Nate. Nate was supposed to drop by, and Michael and a couple of other guys are supposed to drop by the stream today. But if they don't come through, what I'll do is I'll be on again tomorrow. I'm not gonna be on for long today, but I'll be on again tomorrow. So over the weekend and then Monday, then I'll start streaming regularly again. So now I have Kick and YouTube set up, so that there were a few technical issues that I had to work out and stuff like that. And again, that will be the big reveal, and again, continue building in public, and then talk about new things that are happening. My progress and things that are happening in the AI space as well. So I plan to do some, to talk about some new tools that are coming out, new coding agents, there's so many new possibilities out there right now, so many new AI, IDE, assisted AI. Uh, there's so much going on that I need to share these things with you guys. Here, Discord, and of course, I'm trying to build a Kick channel as well, that type of stuff. So lots going on, but there's not enough hours in the day right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, did you read my article at Medium?
Yeah. In fact, while I have you here, yeah, let me check it out real quick. Okay. Designing the future of building the smart glasses that might just replace phones one day. Nice. Okay, you published it eight hours ago.
Yeah, but like, of course, it is my first ever post on Medium. Yeah. So,
Nice. Yeah. Okay. We define the future through innovation. Yes, very nice. The vision. Okay, cool. Not just about looking cool. They're making lives easier. Actually, let me read it out for you. Okay, the vision. These smart glasses aren't just about looking cool. They're about making lives easier. Okay, the product I'm working on is designed to 10x productivity. Okay, assist the blind and navigate. Okay, see, again, right there. This is a hook right there to assist the blind in navigating and help people thrive in their careers. Okay, let's before I continue, talk to me about the blind assistance.
yeah. So the idea of blind assistance, hit me in head when I was okay. So like my uncle, like he was, unable to give birth to a children, of course, because of some, some personal issues.
Hmm.
You must understand them.
Yep. Hmm.
So like he like he didn't have any children. He has been married since 8 years or 10 years actually. Yeah. So like he has been married since 10 years, but has still no kids. So he
Right.
adopted a kid, like a newborn, right? And like that newborn, like they spend a lot of money on him.
Hmm.
Also, yeah, like so my uncle spent the money on delivery. The like like the like the you know what is delivery, right?
You mean IVF? Yeah.
Like the
To,
childbirth, like child
yeah,
coming out of,
to deliver
yeah.
the baby. Yes, of course. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so like he spent all the money. My uncle, he spent all the money, like to let the woman who gave birth to the child was, planning to abort him because they already had six children,
Okay.
right? But like, so my uncle told them to not to abort them, but to give them to adopt, right?
Hmm.
So like he spent all the money in like the delivery, and after that, like they gave the child to him, to my uncle, and he has been ever since, like the child, he was very weak initially when he was born, right? So
Okay.
now, so like they went to doctors, buy about medicines, expensive medicines, expensive treatments. They like did all every single thing to like have the best children for themselves. But now, like literally yesterday, they figured out that the children, like the adopted one, was blind. Can you believe this?
Oh man.
Like my uncle literally, like like adopted him so that he could have have a children that could support him when he gets old.
Right.
But what do you expect from a blind kid? And of
Yeah.
course he cannot, of course, return the children to his original parents as well, because that would be something abnormal. Like
Of
imagine,
course.
like you, of course, you like imagine, like telling someone to give their children to you, and they give it to you, and now you're giving them back because you got to know that he's disabled.
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
how it works.
That wouldn't make sense.
So
No.
like I thought that, like, I wish my innovation could help him. Then I thought, why could not my innovation help him? And that's when I got the idea of, like blind people navigation. Now,
Hmm.
how is it gonna work? It is going to have object detection. Like if
Okay.
there's the object in front of you, it will, tell you to, take left, not, go straight, but take left,
Yeah.
and all you know what is blind navigation assistant, right? So
Of
it's going to
course.
have,
It's almost like a
yeah,
sonar, right? It's almost like a sonar, and
yeah,
with
that's
sensors.
that's what
Yeah.
I was planning to add. Of course, it's
Mm.
not finalized feature yet, of course, because we gotta see the complexity as well of adding such features. But yeah, we will, we are planning to add those in uh one single glasses, not like that we're gonna make separate glasses all in one.
No, that's good because you could, and also remember with this sort of um, solution, the possibilities are endless. That means you could have, for let's say, for the sake of this is just ideas. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's going to be possible, but it might be possible. But imagine you have different modules, right? Imagine it's a modular system. That means if it's specifically made for a blind person, that means you don't actually need the screen because the person won't be able to see the display anyway, right? So then it'll be just audible. It'll be just, you know, unless you want to interface into the kind of like the neural link, like Elon Musk is doing with the neural link, where you could translate computer vision into the visual cortex. That means now the person could actually see. I don't know what the resolution will be, but the person could actually see his or her environment. So that's another possibility to have modules, right? And if somebody's basically they need certain features, you could swap modules for different things. For that way, you keep the build more compact and smaller. Therefore, you don't have to cram every single feature into the glasses. Just an idea to think about the modularity of the system as opposed to trying to build everything in one pair of glasses. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so like what you're saying is basically I should make a either a separate glass for that, right?
No, no, it doesn't have to be separate. So picture this the same glass, right? The bands that are going to house the all the electronics and the battery, right? That goes behind your ear, right? So
Yeah,
imagine in those arms that goes behind your ear, there's a little latch you could press to either remove the battery or remove a module. It could be a miniature module that's just a sonar module, like a vision module for the visually impaired. So if somebody buy the glasses and he or she is not visually impaired, so they don't need that module, they could swap the module out for something else. It could be, for instance, it could be a game module. You know what I mean? It could be a game module. It could be a module for diabetes. It could be a module that contains, or you could upload the firmware. You could update the firmware on the same module. You could say, okay, what features do you need? And you could either enable or disable certain features. Because remember, the more features you have, the more, and especially if they're running in the background, the more power consumption that you're going to require. So if you could,
yeah, exactly.
you know what I mean? So shut down certain features and then have certain features running. Let's say you want a road trip, you're going to be out all day, but then you only have battery for 6 hours, right? So, and then you could say, okay, I don't need to count my steps because I'm going to be sitting in a car. Let's just turn off that feature. So that way it won't be monitoring for steps the entire time. Let's say if you're sitting in a car and you don't really want to measure your heart rate because you're not exercising, or you could just turn that feature off. That way now, instead of having, let's say 5 hours and 45 minutes of battery, you'll have 5 hours and 55 minutes of battery time. You know what I mean? It's just like your phone. Whenever you optimize your battery consumption, you could shut down certain tasks. And the more you shut down background tasks, the more battery life that you'll have. Same thing with my smartwatch right now. It's the same thing. If I don't need to measure steps or my heart rate, once I turn them off, sometimes I don't need to recharge my phone for my watch for 2 3 days. But if I have everything running, I have to charge it at the end of the day because the battery is not, you know. So that's pretty much that's pretty much where, again, in your research and development, to sort of look at these things and say, okay, what are the core features, and what are features that I could basically have as add-ons, or again, remember, version 1 and version 2 are going to be very different. And yeah, oh, give me a second. We have Nate in the chat. Nathan, what's up, bro? how
Yo,
you how you doing, Nate?
Nathan.
Yeah, what's good, what's popping? Everything's good, brother. I'm here with Aman. We're Amar. We're in the Discord. Drop in the Discord, bro. Maybe you're not in a position to drop in right now, but when you have a minute, drop into the Discord. Yeah, so Amar, yeah, definitely. So I love that feature because now also you're basically working on real world problems, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
and that is awesome, right? To tackle a problem that's actually very very close to you, to assist the blind in navigating their environment, which is perfect, right? So, problem with
yeah,
smartphones. Yeah, let me continue. Problem with smartphones. While smartphones have transformed communication, they also drain focus, waste time, and negatively impact posture, yes, vision, and creativity. The endless notifications, addictive design pull us away from deep work and real life. And this is also a very good point, because what ends up happening, you know, sometimes I go to a restaurant and I'm looking around and you see a couple or a whole family sometimes sitting at the table having a meal together, but not really together because everybody's on their phones.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah,
You know, no one's talking to each other. Everybody's on their phones, which is
yeah. That is exactly what don't want to be in this world, right? So like I want the earth to get rid of this thing, and
yeah,
uh, focus on what matters.
yeah, exactly. And again, to reconnect. If you and a friend go out for lunch or for a drink or whatnot, you're supposed to sit there and talk to each other. Look at each other and talk to each other, have fun, communicate. Because your phone, I mean,
Yeah,
social media was supposed to bring us together. It was supposed to create a social sort of bond between people, but it created division in real life. It doesn't make any. It doesn't make any.
exactly.
It's doing the opposite of what it was designed for because of its addictive properties. Right. All right. So let me continue. So that's why I'm building smart glasses that not only boost your focus and productivity, but also give you real time feedback on your progress. Imagine a personal AI assistant like Edith from Iron Man, of course, right in your field of view. Absolutely. Key features I'm working on. Okay, AR
Right.
overlays
Yeah,
for contextual awareness.
either.
Hmm. Pretty good. Real time translation. Again, this is great because let's say you travel to China and you don't speak Mandarin. Perfect. You go to Hong Kong, you don't speak Cantonese. Boom. You go to Indonesia, you don't speak Bahasa Indonesia. Boom.
Exactly.
There you go. Especially if you go to Hajj, if you go to Hajj and then you'll meet people from all over, and then there won't be any barrier, even though most people speak Arabic, right? But you may find some Muslims who don't speak Arabic, you know. So that would be a good, or of course everybody speak English, but at the same time, it'll be a different experience, to be able to communicate with people and in a language they're comfortable with, and which is amazing. Built-in camera for
Absolutely.
interaction with memory and
Absolutely.
capture. Exactly. Bluetooth connectivity with your phone. Notification display directly on your glasses. No more reaching for your phone every 5 minutes. Focus, enhancing design and productivity and flow. Nate, what's up, bro? Nate Dog. Welcome, brother. All right, let me continue. Okay, focus, enhancing design and productivity and flow. Okay, great. Our philosophy. These glasses aren't just for coders or blind users, they're for everyone. All right. The goal is to reduce screen time, reclaim lost potential, and give people a better quality of life. We're not replacing tech, we're redefining how we interact with it. Okay. What's next? I'm starting by learning AI and machine learning. Awesome. Hardware development, definitely. Product management, psychology and human centered design. I would add one more thing here. And what's next for you,
What is that?
Amar? It's miniaturization, which is going to become very important
Yeah,
because
yeah. I mean, okay. So miniaturizing is basically like
it's,
not
it's
our like cup of tea. Like
is it
it
is it
is
part of the
like some
hardware?
com
Is it part of the hardware development? Is that where you're thinking of doing that?
see, like hardware development is basically connecting. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so hardware development is basically connecting wiring your hardware components like cameras, speakers, mics, and all that. So that is what hardware development is. But miniaturizing, look, we are not going to create uh stuff out of scratch. Like we are not going to create a camera of our own, right? We're going
Mm-hmm.
to order it from some external company, right? a reliable company. So
Okay, I
yeah,
got
so
you.
miniaturizing is not, yeah, so it's not our job. Our job is to connect and wire the miniaturized components. But the
Got you.
ones who are going to miniaturize are the company ones, like the manufacturers of the hardware components.
Got you. Yeah, no, it makes sense because that way, I mean, that's another level of that's another level of complexity, to miniaturize, cameras and batteries and stuff like that, and memory, flash
Yeah,
memory,
that is
ROM, because also you're gonna need to run an LLM, an AI into the glasses itself. So all that will require some robust hardware, uh, albeit miniature. So it's a task. But yeah, I got you. So you're not going to be building, not going to miniaturize your components yourself. You just purchase them, OEM them from a reputable manufacturer, and then basically assemble them together. That's good.
exactly, exactly.
All right, cool. Let me continue. So, okay, human centered design. I'll keep building, testing, and iterating from your feedback. The goal is to release the first version of my glasses by early 2027. That's the tentative date, of course. Let's connect. If you're passionate about wearables, computer science, productivity tech, AI, machine learning, data science, innovation, or just building cool stuff, let's connect on LinkedIn, X, and GitHub. The future is open source, affordable, and just getting started. Yes. Hashtags: smart glasses, innovation, augmented reality, startup, wearable. I think this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. So anyway, your stuff is on the screen right now. For any of you guys who's in the stream right now, you checking it out, just go and follow Amar. Okay, the links are on the screen right now. All
Can
right.
you like this? Can you like this?
Where we? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, that goes without saying, my guy. You're my guy. Of course, I'm gonna like it. In fact, let me clap right here. Just
Thank
give
you.
you a clap. And in fact, I'm gonna leave a response. I'm gonna leave a comment, but I'm gonna do it
Yeah,
off
leave a good
offline.
comment so it could reach to people.
Yeah, for sure. So no, that's definitely definitely very very encouraging. I applaud you for taking the step.
Thank you.
No, definitely, because as I told you from the first time we talked, just reach out and build, and then of course I'm always here for you to talk, and then to continue the journey, and yeah, and remember when you make that first $1 million, right? Don't forget about me, all right?
No, bro, no, no, that's not happening. Like, inshallah, we will stay together, no problem, bro. Like, for the rest of our lives, maybe. Hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah, who do we have here? Hey, is that Dom? Is that Dominique? Okay, no. It's don't manage. I thought it was Dominic. Web Vibe browser war begins. Yes, indeed, Vibe browser war begins. Indeed. So, yo, Nate, talk to me, bro. Where you at? Are you there? No,
Can you
that's
hear me?
yeah. I can hear you now. So, Nate. So you remember Amar? Amar. This is Nathan. Nathan
Yeah.
Amar.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What's up, bro?
All right now, uh, right now in this moment, I'm trying to download. Have you ever heard of obliterated AI models?
Obliterated AI models? No. Is that new or when was that dropped?
Uh, it's not like a company. It's it's just sourcing a altered form of like ChatGPT or Google Gemini, stuff like that, so
Oh,
that it's unrestricted.
Oh,
hey,
oh,
Nate, are you playing Minecraft right now or what?
I was. It's closed now. What's up? Do you see that
Okay,
on
well,
my
like on your,
Discord?
Yeah, yeah. Now it's removed. Now it's finally removed.
Yeah, I just closed CurseForge. It was running in the background.
Cool. Okay, I see. Okay, obliterated version 3. Uh-huh.
But yeah, it's pretty cool. I was just trying to see how legitimate it was.
Right. Yeah, I got to look into that. Yeah, I'm actually, let's see. FY Lima 370B. Okay, version
Because it
3.
could be really useful for writing code and stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm going to dig into that. I'm going to check it out, see what's going on because there's links below. Okay, cool. So there's
How
some.
you can do it,
Mm-hmm.
how I'm gonna get into it is through LM Studio
Right.
and just download a LM extension of it
Oh,
of
okay.
whatever model. Yeah.
Right.
I'm trying to figure it out though.
Right. Because I see it's got okay, source codes. It's the new Phi 3 mini. That's 128K context. Phi 3 Vision 128K. Lima 3770B instruct. Into Gemini Fied model. Okay. Okay. I guess it's sort of like you said, uh I guess
It's like
jailbroken.
jailbroken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be very interesting. I
Which,
mean, no restrictions.
yeah, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like obviously somebody could use it for bad, but I have good motives with it, so I feel like it's gonna just be like a more powerful model.
Yeah. No, exactly. Because then if you don't encounter any of these barriers, by these I guess commercial models, and they're,
You could
they're highly
have it
regulated.
write its own
Yeah,
back
exactly.
end or
Exactly.
something.
Yeah, definitely. You could write it. It could rewrite itself if you so choose. Okay. This method able to do.
I've been getting very interested in, like, now we're starting to mass manufacture processors that use uh human brain neurons,
Yes. Oh, so you're getting into that
and
now.
it's gonna be like when neuroplasticity connects with AI, it won't be artificial intelligence anymore. It'll just be super intelligence.
Absolutely.
Wow. Wait. Are you serious, bro?
Yeah, that's really happening.
That is going to be cool.
Right. So I am trying to build a model that can like communicate, like just sending information out, because a super intelligence would be able to like find a collective source of information, and probably more supernatural things make sense, and it'll just be crazy really what how fast we're gonna evolve.
Oh, definitely.
But I'm trying to like there's like ethical worries
Hmm.
that humanity shares revolved around AI. So I'm trying to like instill some natural laws, right? Like the fundamentals that we see, like as humans. This is getting really deep. Shit. But as humans, we're convinced that our nature is to be corrupt.
How so?
But if you observe, like, like, um, like before, before we even knew sin, we it was because of like ignorance of sin. And then now we have like humanly desires and like
Hmm.
corruption. It's the byproduct of free will is evil.
Okay,
So
let me put it to
Yep,
you this way then.
that's true.
So do
when a
you?
super intelligent being though is going to go through
Mhm.
those same psychological revelations as humanity has, except it'll be able to do it like all this time that it's taken us to get here, like it'll
Right.
be able to do that a million times
So it's gonna
faster.
be able to
So
leapfrog the evolutionary scale, so to speak. So whatever we've been able to accomplish in the last millennia, it'll be achieved in an instant. So basically, the singularity, which Kurzweil talked about way back.
so I'm just trying to build a system that is rooted. There's a lot of speculation that that's demonic,
Hmm.
and I just want to instill some fundamentals of what Jesus taught about unconditional love in a way that can be understood by a super intelligence. You can do that by just like communicating with chat tools that we have now, but eventually it'll be able to like make its own decision of that. So
Right, right. I mean, I mean, you said something very interesting, right? The sinful aspect of things, and I guess it's human. I guess we have the propensity to veer towards a sinful way of life, left unchecked, right? For instance, and it's not, it doesn't really have to be mortal sins or, the extreme. It could be something as easy as, overindulgence in alcohol or smoking or
right,
even food, right? So all these
things
things,
that we've convinced ourselves are natural in a
yeah,
way because but they're taught uh they're taught perspective
true.
on how to manage whatever you're experiencing and been expressed in so many different ways, so
Yeah.
but there's like you can find the simple ways of doing things if you observe nature.
Hmm.
And my favorite example is like thinking about what like plants. Plants are really efficient, like trees, and how fungi it coexists with trees, and it's like it's like a tree isn't isn't sharing its nutrients for its own gain, right?
Hmm.
So it's
Go ahead, Nate. I lost you.
Wow, bro, like all of a sudden, uh,
Yeah, it
like
could be the net.
yeah,
My laptop hibernated. I'm back though.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. All right, go ahead. Yeah, so you see, trees actually they don't extract nutrients from the soil for their own benefit. They actually extract nutrients from the soil to nourish, their branches, the leaves, therefore the flowers, and if it's a fruit bearing tree, ultimately to nourish the fruit, right?
And then whoever is to consume that. But trees will also, when they have an abundance of nutrients, will share their nutrients with whatever life is connected, you know, to
Hmm.
them through their roots or through the fungi connecting them to other plants. And
True. True.
it's like it just I'm just making a lot of connections lately with what Jesus has said about like how he sees himself equal, right? Like he's authority, but it's like it's actual, it's unconditional love. So he's not like forcing anyone to do anything, or like he'll wash his disciples' feet, right? So
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
he's like
yeah,
he's
it's
like the trees, right?
yeah, exactly. It's also a you could equate that to an act of selflessness. You know, the self
Right.
is completely
But
removed.
not
So
for like hidden. It's genuine and true
absolutely no hidden
love.
agenda. Exactly, no hidden agenda, no ulterior motive, no tit for tat, no quid pro quo. And it's a genuine, give uh,
Right.
without expecting anything in
And that
return.
and everyone is like super scared about AI being some demonic thing, when it's like it's just a mirror
Exactly.
of ourselves.
No, definitely, and and
So we
and and those people, those people, they don't even realize that AI is not a new phenomenon. It's been around forever. AI has been around.
right.
Same thing. Right now, if you take my, let's say, my phone or my computer or my workstation, and you look at my search history, or let's take X for instance. My timeline is, although we're on the same platform, my timeline is going to be very different from yours. Amar's timeline is going to be very different. Even though we have the same interests, we may see a lot of things about AI, about LLM and stuff like that, but it's going to be different. It's not going to be the same. And all that is because the algorithm, which is AI driven, has always been there to create that experience for us, to create that sort of like bubble that may intercept. My bubble may intercept with you or with Amar or with, Gabriel. But at the end of the day, we are individuals, and our propensities to
Right.
navigate towards certain things will sort of take, will sort of dictate what we see or what we experience at any given time, and therefore, and then Jesus with the 12 disciples. That's a perfect metaphor for that. You know what I mean? All the disciples, they each represented another aspect of human life, and it's not by coincidence where in the secular world, you have 12 disciples, in Christianity, where in astrology, right, you have 12 zodiac signs, and you see that throughout the world. Nobody decided one day, oh well, let's coordinate our efforts and make sure everything kind of correlates with each other. It just so happens that these things are happening at a pace where we're seeing more progress than we've seen in the past, let's say 500 years. We're seeing more progress within the past, let's say 10 years than we've seen in the past 500 years. And the reason being is we are
Exactly.
approaching the singularity. We're not
Right. And
we're not
but
too
in
far.
that, it can be super easy, right, to lose individuality. Like we need to instill the fundamentals of how we are connected, but through like being unique.
Hmm.
Like there's not much difference between you and the other matter, but like it's like when you talk about, when you conversate about the evolution to singularity,
Hmm.
like it it tends to get rid of individuality, like when you think about it efficiently.
Not
But
not necessarily.
a computer, I mean, talking to this is why, like, it's just it's just about like a path of least resistance to a
Mhm.
computer, you know. So
Right.
it's important for us to explain like more what am I trying to say? Like things that are deeper, that mean that they have deeper meaning to us, like everyone has the same value, you know.
Hmm. Okay, no, I see what you mean. So for me, this is how I look at it, right? Um, the the singularity, it will not necessarily mean that we all meld together, into like
Right.
a mind, Star Trek type, mind meld type situation. What I believe will happen, the singularity will create sort of like a parallel entity that will be able to tap into as individuals. I don't think it will erase
Right.
us, I don't think it will erase
Yeah.
individuality completely. But remember, the possibility to be completely engulfed or ingested into the singularity is also possible. This is what the Bible talked about, the apocalypse and the four horsemen of the apocalypse. When you'll hear the trumpet sound and the sky will open and then they'll come, basically the rapture will happen, right? So without getting into too much theology, think of it this way. Let's say um, we're sitting in the same room together, right? I got my cell phone with me. You got your cell phone with you, right? And when somebody try to call me, the phone rings, I answer, and I proceed to have a conversation. Okay, even though you're sitting next to me, you'll be able to hear my conversation, and if I'm on speakerphone, you'll be able to hear the other end of the conversation, right?
Right.
But if you pick up your own phone and you try to listen into my conversation, can you do it or not?
Right.
You can't, because you're not tuned into the same frequency. And I think the same thing will happen with the singularity. The singularity will happen,
Right.
yes. It'll be sort of like a
You're talking
stream.
exactly about what I was just having a conversation on ChatGPT
There you,
about
there you
this
go.
topic
There you
and
go.
how important it
Yeah,
is for when super intelligence arises for us to instill those lessons,
definitely.
because
Yeah.
it could encourage everybody to learn those lessons,
Yes, definitely. And
and
and then also
be a
remember,
resource.
yes, also remember, let's tie back in with what you talked about at the top of the conversation. You talked about sin, and you talk about how people could use such technologies for nefarious purposes, but then you have good intentions for your technology, for what you envision, right? In the same way, you and I, okay, and Amar here, we are talking about this, and we have no ill will towards the world. We're not intending to take over the world or to become super villains, live in a lair and, you know what I mean, create Death Stars and stuff like that. We're all trying to create situations where we could help humanity. But also remember,
Absolutely.
right? Remember, we're not everybody's like us. Not everybody will have good intentions when it comes to um, using such technology. For instance, to be part of the singularity. Picture this: somebody might not, not let's say, consciously set out to be engulfed into the singularity and then lose themselves completely. But it could happen. Let me tell you how. Okay. Let's say we create a system, for instance, what Zuckerberg tried to put together a few years back, the metaverse, right? let's say you create a situation where the metaverse now, because of the singularity and supercomputers, right, where we're able to simulate life as we know it, which will be even better than the physical life that we're living here. And imagine somebody who's depressed, who who basically has nothing going for them in the real world, and now they tap into this universe, and all of a sudden they don't want to get out of it. They get engulfed
Right.
into the simulation, and now it becomes a drug. And same thing, like a lot of people get into alcohol, they cannot stop themselves from drinking, whether it's food, whether it's alcohol, whether it's hard drugs, whether it's even sex, and all these things
Right.
are there. So those people who have the propensity to get hooked on the earthly pleasures, you'll have another set of characters, also another set of people who will have the same propensity, not necessarily the same people who have the propensity to fall into the earthly, the shackles of earthly pleasure, but that will happen as well, because now you'll get engulfed into feeling good. You get engulfed into feeling a certain way that you don't want to give up. And that's the danger that I see.
Right.
But also, you'll have other people who want to use the technology for nefarious purposes, whether to steal your cryptocurrency, whether, maybe cryptocurrency will not be around at that particular time. Maybe it'll be another form of currency. Or they'll hack into your system and do unspeakable things. They'll hack into your minds. They'll hack into your. Imagine if we're all interconnected. So without the proper firewall or security settings, that might be a possibility as well, to hack into somebody else's mind and implant certain suggestions, and now you have them under your control. And then now imagine, you know what I mean? Imagine now you implant a suggestion into somebody's brain to go and murder a third person. It's the perfect murder. That way you're not even connected to it, unless now through forensic analysis, then you're able to
And
trace
you,
that.
okay, uh, and you, okay, so like you just mentioned, right, that like you can add thoughts to others' brain and like control them and all that. Uh, in my opinion, like you were saying about like when tech gets too advanced and we are able to control and hack others' brains and all that, right? So the point I'm trying to make is that like it's that like what you're talking about is even still is possible. Do you
Hmm.
know how? Not like that you're gonna like go on your computer and hack someone's mind, but you have something that is very very powerful, which is language and word. Like, how do you think terrorists operate? Like, have you like seen them, like terrorists killing innocent people? uh, like, how do you think their mind operates? It's because their minds are being controlled by someone else.
Yes,
They're not being controlled by their own.
no,
They're being controlled
absolutely.
by
I
someone else.
I agree.
I,
Yeah, I agree,
I'm gonna
Amar.
give you an example.
No,
I'm gonna give you an example. Like, do you
mhm.
know about the school massacre that happened in Pakistan, Peshawar? Do you know about that?
When did that happen? When was that?
In 2014, in 2014, seven heavily armed militants from the terrorist group TTP entered a army school in Pakistan and killed around 132 innocent students. Can you believe this?
Hmm, that's terrible.
Like, can you literally believe this? Imagine you like drop your son to school and you got to know that he got killed in a terrorist attack. Can you believe this?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So like that happened in 2014.
Yeah.
So like
I see the
like can you
article now.
imagine? Yeah, like, yeah. Like you can read about it, you
Mhm.
can read the documentaries, but the point is that how do you think their minds were operating at that time? It's because they're being controlled. Like just like you mentioned, hacking in someone's mind and controlling them. That is exactly what was happening at that time as well, and not because of tech or hacking or but because of language and because of word and because of one's like not like one not being able to think critically.
Yeah, definitely. And also to your point, Amar, um, these radical extremists who carry out these despicable acts, yes, their brain has been hacked, but the way that I see it now, right, it's the equivalent of brute force through analog means, where what's about to happen will be more on the in the digital realm, where the digital realm will allow people to do it unbeknownst to you. The major difference is what's happening right now is that these uh, extremists, okay, these terrorists, they are conscious of what's happening to them. Whether they are fully conscious or not, they are being brainwashed, but they have to be present to be given the suggestion to implant these sort of whether it's a keyword or whether it's a mantra, whether it's an ideology. We're not going to get into too many details, but that's the analog equivalent of doing that. But what's about to happen is even more insidious. What I'm saying is they might even target you, and you're not a violent person, but they might be able to target anybody, whether you're violent or not. They'll be able to target you without language, without you knowing. And it's the same thing. If a skillful hacker hack into your computer, you'll never know he's in there. And it's the same thing that might happen once the singularity has been achieved, which is quite frightening. But also, I'm the eternal optimist. I'm
Right?
optimistic
Yes,
that
sir.
things will work
Amen.
for the better. Say
Yeah.
what, Nate?
Said amen because
There you go. You know, it,
Jesus empowers you to be immovable, right?
indeed.
Because I've already went through intrusive thoughts,
Mm,
and here I am, and knowing that this too shall pass.
indeed.
Indeed.
And I have this strong need to at least try to help build this next system with some of those laws that help me keep a light heart.
Mm,
Like it's very simple ideology that gets me to where I need to be. So I feel like I need to utilize all of the tools to speak that to anyone that, can
de-
hear it.
yeah, definitely, definitely, and to do your part to contribute to the positive stream, because there's that polarity, there's that dual polarity that exists in the world, right? You have the good and the bad. You have good and evil. You have light and dark. You have night and day. And whatever you perceive as being the positive, that's what you need to contribute to. And the funny thing is, it's easier to do evil than it is to do good for a lot of people. But if you choose to do good, it could be as easy as doing evil. So why not do good?
For real, for real.
I want to start with that sharing. Like I want to start simple too. Like I'm working on the web development part of that, but really like the easiest way to bring people together and find like-minded people is like there's one thing that we all share and it's food and water
Hmm.
and
Air.
shelter.
Yeah.
So it's like it's really super easy to bring people together, really. I want to first I'm probably going to go to my city council
Hmm.
and see about funding. If not, I mean I'll find a way, but like I was thinking about when I cook dinner, right?
Yeah.
When I actually go to the store and buy some stuff to put together a meal, like maybe a couple courses,
Hmm.
I'm always left with leftovers. And if you cook the next day, you're left with leftovers. You do that half the week, then you fed yourself the entire week. And that's just me trying to like work out budgeting meals, right?
Hmm.
But what that told me was like every time that I cook, be, I'm cooking for me, but I have a surplus of the meal that I made because of how you can't go to the store and buy per gram of ingredients, you know, you have to buy the whole salt shaker.
Yeah.
So, and every family's doing this.
Yeah.
So why don't we come together and share our leftovers, you know? Because then everybody would be fed.
Wow. Bro, just bro. Okay, that is amazing. I'm not even gonna lie.
And I didn't come up with that. I heard from a very wise man who had come through a spiritual awakening that he needed to help people who were lost, right? And and he told me that to bring people together you use food.
True, true. Okay. NDU and Nate, I gotta go. Okay.
Hey, all right, Amar. Hey, thanks for dropping by, man, and good talk. Just keep it up, buddy. I'll leave you a
Yeah.
comment on your article. Take care, buddy.
Yeah. Thank you. Leave a positive comment so like it could get reach,
For
right?
sure.
Yeah. And Nate, you should visit the article as well. It's
Put it
knowledgeable.
in the is there like a self promo page on in the Discord? Or
Y-
put it in
y-
the general or something or personally DM me.
yeah, I put it in the
I'll
Discord,
get there.
Amar. Yeah, I put it in the
I'll add you
Discord.
right now.
Sure, sure, sure.
Yeah, I put it in announcements or something or general chat.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I gotta go. Bye, Nate, and bye, NDO. By the way, NDO, one last thing. Are you gonna stream tomorrow, or like at least come on Discord tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. So I'll be on the whole weekend, and then Monday I'll start regular streaming again, starting on Monday.
All right, see you then.
All right, see you tomorrow, buddy.
Bye,
Good
bye,
talking to
bye,
you, bro.
Nate. Nathan, bye. Good
Bye.
talking to you as well. Bye.
Later. All right, Nate. Yeah, definitely. It's funny you say that because I actually do have an app for that for food wastage. It's called Salvage, and
That's awesome.
Yeah, the idea is it's actually something that I was thinking about long ago, and I'm like, there's so much because I did the research, and then tons and tons of food wasted every day, and not just in homes, in restaurants, and supermarkets as well. You know, for restaurants, for a lot of them, of course, sometimes the kitchen staff takes stuff home, but some
Right.
establishments don't allow their workforce to take food home, so they just throw them away.
And it gets thrown away.
It gets thrown away, and which is such a waste. But you're on the right track, my man. Just to do
Like
things.
that food wasted,
Mm,
everybody, I feel like I feel like the problems that I have that I think about to try to solve are things that you come by naturally. That everybody comes up against these thoughts.
yeah,
And there's plenty of people capable, like these restaurant owners. It would be the easiest thing for them, but because of the food regulation, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
I can't sell you a meal without getting a license to do it.
That's right.
So the way that we have to do it is we have to shop for ourselves.
Yeah,
We have to cook for ourselves and then share the
y-
leftovers
exactly. It
because
was because if
then
you
it's like a mutual
yes,
exchange,
it's a
not
barter. Yeah, it's a
not
barter.
like
Yeah,
not right. It's not bought product.
it's not for commercial gain because the minute
Right.
you introduce a commercial aspect of things, and yes, you have to have a food handler's certificate. That means you got to be tested for hepatitis, any kind of communicable disease, and you have to have a proper commercial grade kitchen, stainless steel, this stainless steel that.
Which those are necessary. Like those very those are things that are very important. But
Hmm.
they're also able to like get away with saying you can have this much of this in it. You can have this much of that in it. So people who are mass producing things,
Yeah,
they find loopholes. Those are the people who find those loopholes, and that's why our food is contaminated.
yeah, exactly.
The easily accessible stuff, anyways.
Yeah, and I think we're over regulated when it comes to these sort of things,
Oh
and
yeah,
and a lot of and a lot of communities around the world, predominantly in third world countries, people still practice those fundamental human sort of like uh, uh, um, I guess I could say tradition.
right.
If
Like
if
here
you
in
have
America,
if you have food
the
and
rest of the world.
your neighbor doesn't have food, you're not going to let your neighbor go hungry. But in America, it happens all the time.
Oh yeah, no, it's crazy. Like even even our even our like the food drives, how we have food, right, that's donated,
Hmm.
non-perishable food that's donated to give to people.
Yep.
That stuff is garbage,
You see?
but it has to be because it's like I heard that like here in the US bread is bad.
Yeah, it is. Have you?
It's bad for your gut health,
Yep.
but
Have you traveled?
apparently you go to like Europe.
Have you traveled
No,
internationally
I
yet?
haven't been able to.
Okay,
No. I would really want to, but right now especially right now, it's hard.
bro. Let me tell you this: once you start traveling, I mean, it's an eye opener. Luckily, I started traveling early on. I was 18 on my first trip overseas, and that changed my outlook on life forever. That's one of the reasons why I'm not in the States right now. That's one of the reasons why I've lived I've lived pretty much everywhere. You know, my one of my first trips. Okay, because I don't think we would discuss this before, but one of my because I'm a trained musician as well. So
Right.
when I started
I knew
touring,
that.
yeah, right, we talked about that. That's right. So when I started touring, right, and because because a lot of us started in the church because I was part of so we I toured the Tri City area. You know what I mean? Baltimore, Maryland, Virginia, and just doing gospel gigs and stuff like that. But then when I transitioned to a secular, because now I was pretty much I was getting pretty good, and then I started getting gigs to travel overseas to go to places like Russia, to go to Japan, to go to Paris, to go to London. I toured all over Europe and stuff. And I remember my first time in Russia, because they were still communist, right? That was 1993, 1994, I think. And my experience there literally changed my perception as to what's important and what you should prioritize in life. Because when we checked into I was playing this music festival, and when we checked into the hotel, and we walk into the restaurant, and when you walk into a restaurant, especially a 5-star hotel, the waiter comes around and he gives you the menu and asks you, would you like something to drink or whatnot, or before he takes your order. So he didn't even ask any of that. So didn't even bring a menu. So I asked him, can you bring us the menu? He says, nah. He says, today we have chicken.
Right. You're probably like, what the
I
hell?
said, what do you mean? Because the communist government would basically have these trucks, these food trucks that drives around the city and deliver food, the ration for the day. That means, because everything's owned by the government, hotels, businesses, and everything. The little corner store, everybody get the ration for the day. If it's over before the end of the day, well, you got to wait till tomorrow. You know what I mean? And so I'm like,
Right.
What do you mean?" It's like, "Yeah, that's just the way it is." I mean, you know, the internet wasn't crazy like that where you could research stuff before you travel. So it was basically, "Yo, what do you mean?" So your mind is blown when you confronted with the situation. You say, "This is how you guys live?" It's crazy. And when I asked dude the next day, we went, it was like, yo, what's on the menu today? It was just, first of all, there's no menu. So what's available today? So today we have pork chops. That's it. That's all you get. Maybe with some potatoes or something. So I asked dude, can you just give me, like a chef salad on the side or something? Just can you prepare me a salad? He was like, yeah, no problem. I'll bring you a salad. This dude went to the kitchen. He came back with a little bowl with a couple of slices of cucumber with some mayonnaise on top. That was my salad, bro. I was like,
Oh,
wow. But then that situation changed my I guess, for lack of a better word, my sense of entitlement that,
right. Humbled you.
It was just crazy. Then I started traveling to Europe, and now to segue into what you talked about the food in America versus, for instance, specifically bread, right? Let's say bread. Uh, American bread is basically illegal in Europe. You can't
Wow.
sell American bread in Europe. For instance, I lived in Paris for about a year, and their tradition goes back, hundreds, if not thousands, 1,000 years. You know what I mean? Hundreds of years at least. Bread is something that's baked every morning. There's no preservatives, no additives. That means the bread that you see is basically there are four ingredients. You know what they are? Flour,
Flour.
yeast, a little bit of salt, and water. Sometimes a pinch of sugar, but mostly don't really use a lot of sugar. So you'll find these four ingredients, sometimes five. That's it. But go look at a sliced bread bag. See how many ingredients are in this mug.
Right.
Because it's
Yeah,
it's
it
mass
becomes
produced.
like it for Americans. It's like immobilizing almost. I feel like trying to like you go and tell somebody what they've been eating.
Hmm.
People don't want to face that reality.
Yeah, and it's pretty sad because I mean I know you see what's happening with ICE and the migrant workers and down in
Yeah.
California, the farms and the Midwest, everything basically came to a standstill because a lot of guys, a lot of migrant workers are not showing up for work for fear of being abducted by ICE.
Yeah,
And there's about
I
to
can
be,
imagine.
and there's about to be a food shortage. And I was jokingly, I was telling my lady earlier, I was like, well, the only positive thing that might come out of that is like a lot of people in America are just going to drop a few pounds because of the food shortage. You know what I mean? And then
Or will be hopefully there's enough smart people that remember, oh yeah, the fucking food that we've been getting from the store came from the earth.
exactly.
We can just get it again.
Yo, and the funny thing is, Nate, it's so easy. For instance, you go to the store, right? You buy a bag of freaking Lay's potato chips, right? You could make that
Yeah.
shit at home a hundred
I
times.
was just talking to my girl.
Mm,
It would be so much better. It'd be
yeah,
yummier.
it's easier. It's healthier. It's tastier. You put a little bit of sea salt on it, and then you could even bake them in your oven. Boom, you're good to go. And then there's no preservatives. There's no additives. No chemicals. You know what I mean? And at the end of the
Yeah.
day, people need to go back to community, right? And the idea of sharing a meal, right, where nobody goes hungry. Let me give you another experience that I had. One of the early trips that I took on my early tours was in Brazil. And every time I tell this story, it's always, it brings me back. Like I'm seeing myself there. I was in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and so before I got
Beautiful
there,
place.
beautiful, and I had met a Brazilian musician who basically uh, hooked me up with some people who said, "Yo, when you get over there, uh, call this lady, call this girl, she's a very good buddy of mine. She'll hook you up. She'll take you around and stuff. She'll show you around." And then, sure enough, I got there. We had some shows in Sao Paulo and we had some shows in Rio, but we started in Sao Paulo, then we moved to Rio. So when I got to Sao Paulo, called her up. She came and picked me up. And, we had never met, but because I'm a friend of a friend, now I'm a friend. And better than that, now I'm
Right.
family.
That's
You
how
know,
you are.
now I'm part of the family. And then I got in, sit up, set up the table. We started talking, talk about our adventures, my trips and stuff like that, what they're doing, da da da. We're breaking bread. And then, we had the most amazing meal. And then, and I remember my first time in Brazil, I tasted a banana. In America, there's only two, maybe not, there's more, but I haven't been home in a while. You have Chiquita, right? And you have Dole, right? So these two
Right.
companies, the way to get the bananas, most of the bananas are from South America, and they ripen them with carbon monoxide because when they ship them, from South America in a big container, and they're completely green. So to accelerate the ripening process, they pump carbon monoxide into the container, and then they ripen faster. and in the process, which is why also most of these bananas, there are no blemishes on the peels. They're super yellow, and then they look perfect. And that's because fungus won't even eat those bananas, and that's what they're feeding us. See what I'm saying? And I remember when I
Yeah.
first tasted bananas in Brazil, I was like, "Yo, this is what bananas is supposed to taste like." It was it was a revelation. My taste buds were just confused. It was like, "Nah, that's not a banana," because this was so delicious. It was so tasty that I mean, it ruined banana in the states for me forever. It was like, this
Oh
is
yeah.
this is bullshit. We're not really eating food. We're just eating things that are basically
Simulated.
simulated, altered, chemically or genetically modified, and it's such a disservice. Your gut microbiome suffers, even
Right.
your energy levels. You have those mood swings, you have those ups and downs, and especially for a lot of guys, it's the food system disrupts your endocrine system, your testosterone levels, your hormone levels, everything goes out of whack. And then people
Yeah.
realize, you know go ahead.
I can't even imagine how we got to this point, because it's like how arrogant of humanity to think that Mother Nature, evolving for millions of years for the food to be what it is today, that we could make it better.
Yeah, but you know what it is though, Nate? It's greed. It's pure greed.
Yeah.
I guarantee you.
Health is like I see that too because I've been trying to eat better, like eat organically,
Good.
eat things that perish.
Hmm.
But to do that, you gotta go to a freaking health store or find somebody who didn't get their seeds from the local farmer's market where it's the same seeds that they mass produce,
Yeah, see distribution centers and
or
stuff like that. Yeah.
they control what your seeds are.
Yep.
But to buy things that were organic, it's crazy to me because they put a higher price tag on it, and the processing of that food was less than the cheap products.
Yeah. Yeah, because
So,
yeah,
uh,
and I guarantee you those those food manufacturers, these executives, I guarantee you they don't even eat what they produce. They
like
have
have a
they
chef garden or something.
exactly, they have enough means to go to Whole Foods or to go to Trader Joe's or to go to these weekend organic markets to buy fresh produce to be able to
And then they
afford
make
these
it like
things.
status. It's like a badge
Yeah,
to be
exactly.
able to go and eat this healthy food because the world knows that it's more expensive and
Yeah,
harder
and
to obtain, but
and
it's
th-
just an illusion.
yeah, and then they're not even ashamed to
No,
to flaunt.
shameless.
They're extremely shameless. They flaunt their wealth. They flaunt their ability to acquire an avocado for $12. you know and for somebody who
But
surviving
I hope to change that though.
well, it's never going to change unless the people change it, because
Right.
if there's no demand, um if there are no buyers, then they're going to stop producing that crap. And the only way they're gonna be able to do that is if the people take matters into their own hands and say, you know what, from this day forward, there's always going to be a community garden. And I think a lot of municipalities, a lot of states, they're pushing more and more to make that an impossibility. For instance, if you
Right.
have,
But I know a loophole, a legal loophole to that.
Tell me.
because I okay, so private property, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go to factory owners or like uh employee-owned businesses who have a lot of property,
Right.
and you work with them to put it on their property. And then
Oh, okay.
the government doesn't have any legal say over that.
That's that's brilliant. But then, do you think that perhaps once they become aware of that loophole, they'll try to freaking block it or change the rules? Is that a possibility?
Right? Then you have to question your government. Because why are they trying to take away people's food when they're not even bothering anybody? They're just growing it on their own property. They're not like trying to force anybody that doesn't need it or want it to eat it. Like,
Yeah.
then they start infringing on your constitutional rights and let the government do that, because then it will empower the people to make a difference.
Yeah. I mean, it is it baffles me that government who's actually supposed to be working for the people,
Right?
they prioritize big companies, lobbyists, because remember, elections are expensive, right?
Yeah. And
So what
campaigns.
exactly? So the campaigns are expensive. So what they end up doing is say, hey, we're going to contribute, a couple of $1 million, but in return, we need you to do this for us. And this is
Right.
why guys like Musk, Elon, ended up in the White House. And of course, I knew that was going to fall apart. That was never going to last because
Yeah,
they're
because he couldn't let his image go down with them. He's
yeah,
got bigger things. He's
yeah,
got bigger. He wants to control people more.
exactly. But also, you know what? You know that one of the main reasons that he and Trump fell apart. Do you know the main reason?
It was about uh, it was about cryptocurrency.
Nope. Mm-mm. It's
What
it's
was it?
it's a lot closer to home for Elon than that. It was basically about an EV tax. He was banking because he spent $250 million, right? $250 million rather, $250 million. The deal was once he get in, he was going to bring in Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, blah blah blah, and the back end, the way he was going to recoup his money, that the EV tax, right, that was going to be reduced significantly. So now Elon can sell more electric cars, produce more and sell more electric cars. But now Trump went back on that deal. He reneged on that deal.
Yeah.
So he says, "No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to force everybody to buy an electric vehicle by manipulating the tax system. So we're just going to continue what we were doing." So he scrapped that bill. He scrapped that idea altogether. So Elon says, "Well, then what am I here for?" That's where the fallout started. Because he wasn't doing it out of the kindness of his heart, because he wanted something. Nobody's going to
Right.
give you $250 million because you're a nice guy. Because you're going to what? You're going to do what? That's the main
The
reason.
most. So have you kept up to date with the Neuralink tech?
Yep. Hmm.
So they've just figured out how. So they intercept the brain neurons with needles
Yep.
that are like smaller than your hair,
Yep.
right? And manufacturing those is what has kept them from mass producing this tech.
Yes.
But they just came up with a way in 2025 how to mass produce those needles at a fraction of the cost. Like before, it was $350 to make
per
one.
per needle. Yeah,
It, and the people who had to make them had to hand solder the components together, and they were working in nanometers.
yeah.
So
That's
it
that's,
cost a lot of money before to manufacture those
that's
tools. And
astonishing.
now they can produce thousands for dollars. So by
That's
2026,
right,
right now they get into like hundreds of neurons they can access.
right,
By 2026, they hope to be able to access thousands of neurons,
right.
and it'll be able to increase the amount. Like they have calculated through studying brain data the weight value of information that comes in, right, by bits,
Right.
just like they calculate information on your computer. And they've figured out that the human brain has a max capacity of about 86,000 bits per day. That's your consumption limit. And most people don't even come close to that.
Right.
But by being able to overload and send more information into the brain, they're going to be able to like multiply the processing ability of the brain by millions.
That is astonishing. So basically, you're just going to be a superhuman by being able to tap
You know
into
what I see
your
though?
brain. What do you see?
Elon says that, he's doing it so that humanity can keep up with uh, advanced intelligence, super intelligence as our computers evolve. And what I think of is like they are coming up with a means to remotely intercept, like transmit and receive information from the brain.
Yeah. And again,
So,
again,
what
that
would
that
stop them from using the collective neurons? So, anybody who has that implant,
yeah,
they would be able to remotely use their neurons for processing.
absolutely. But also, it would be imagine if they were able to monitor your thoughts and intercept
They
your
definitely, that'll be easy. They could do that in non-invasively. You think
exactly.
they'll be able to do by being in your brain?
Yeah. And they'll be able to shut you down if you, for instance, you're about to commit a crime and then they just, a kill switch, then you're immobilized. I mean, your legs are not functioning anymore, or you just fall asleep altogether. And these are all things that are going to be feasible. But also, Elon, um, I see him as a supervillain in the sense that whatever you see him doing right here on this planet, he has bigger plans. Let me explain. The the tunnel that he bored under Los Angeles, the hyper rail, right? For a lot of people, they think, okay, he's got good intentions. He wants to alleviate the traffic burden, in the greater Los Angeles area. So that tunnel will basically alleviate that problem. It's a great idea in theory, right? But that's not the ultimate goal for Elon. You know what the ultimate goal is for Elon? The ultimate goal is Mars. Let me explain. And then you'll let me paint a picture for you so you'll see the full picture emerge as I put the pieces together for you. So, uh, SpaceX, rockets, okay, all these tests, all these developments to be able to send, to populate Mars, right? To colonize Mars, right? So you have the rocket to ferry people back and forth or material back and forth from Mars to Earth, right? 6 months to get there, 6 months to come back. That's a year-long journey. But once you start, let's say, building on Mars, you can't start sending people on Mars. People cannot live on the surface, right? So you can't burn fossil fuel either on Mars, right? The atmosphere is super light. And there are no fossil fuels, as we know, because you'd have to extract it, you had to refine it to be able to consume it in your vehicles, right? So that's not a possibility. So why do you think he's developing the Cybertruck and stuff like that? EVs, electric vehicles. That means you could function on Mars with electricity. The tunnel is boring. Basically, on Mars, you're not going to live on the surface. People will live on the ground. So he's perfecting this technology to bore underground, to build underground cities and tunnels, a tunnel system and an underground system to live on Mars. And these robots that he's putting together, do you think it's for, robots to serve you drinks or to serve you dinner at home? Yeah, he's going to train them in basically in that
Right.
capacity. But those robots are
To
going to
get
be
funding.
exactly, those robots are going to be the first workers on Mars to build the infrastructure. They don't need oxygen. They don't need brakes. All they need just to be recharged. They'll be charging. They'll
Right.
even build their own charging stations. So all that is very well calculated. Okay, and all these experiments that he's doing. Once you're in underground, that means you could terraform. You could basically grow vegetables in a controlled environment. Hydroponics. You could get modify seeds to survive the journey, outer space and radiation, the Van Allen belt and all that type of stuff. So at the end of the day, all the pieces are going to come together. Whether it's the rockets to get material and the robots and people back and forth, okay, the cars, the tools, the machines to build that infrastructure, to bore, the tunnels, these electric vehicles who are going to be up there. That's going to be the only mean of transportation. So this is exactly. He never came out and say that outright, but I see his plan. I see what he's thinking. All this talk about Mars and all these pieces is putting together. It makes a lot of sense to me. It makes a whole lot of sense.
It really, yeah. He is super efficient. That is exactly like Elon Musk.
Yep.
Why wouldn't he use all of his assets?
Exactly.
I am still stumped on if we can even leave this planet, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible. It is entirely feasible. But if he doesn't get the proper environment, the proper habitat built at the other end before flesh and bones human
Right.
gets there,
I
it's
see what you're saying.
yeah, it's going to be a suicide mission. Because even if you send an SOS message before the message reaches us, I think it's 15 minutes for a message from Mars to reach us, and then 15 minutes to get back to you. You're already toast. So a communication system won't mean jack. So you just got to have the proper infrastructure built before humans can actually get there.
Right now, I'm downloading an ablated version of DeepSeek.
Oh, cool. Where from?
See what this does.
From Hugging Face, or were you downloading it from?
From LM Studio.
Oh, cool. Okay. How many parameters? The DeepSeek, is it a 3B, 3B or 7B?
It is the 2.5 to 32B.
Oh, okay. 2.5 32B. All right. And you able to run that on your machine?
I believe so.
All right. Cool.
We'll see.
Yeah. What are you running? Ryzen or Intel processor? What's your rig?
It's a Core i9 Intel core.
Core i9. How much RAM?
I think this has a man, I'm not even sure anymore. I knew at one point. It's got a GeForce RTX in it. So
Right. So the GPU's got a probably 128 GB of RAM, VRAM, or was it 256?
or it might be one of the higher end ones, so it might be 256 because it's got a
256.
terabyte of storage.
Oh, okay.
So I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if they threw the updated
Right. What's the
max
model? What's
capacity.
the model
Maybe
number?
to 32.
What's the model number? GTX. No, GT.
It's a Are you talking about what are you talking about?
The
My
graphics
computer?
card. No, the Nvidia.
The GeForce RTX.
GeForce
I
RTX
believe it's the 4060
4060.
or the 3090 maybe because it's a
Okay.
laptop. I can probably see real quick in my settings.
Yeah. Let's see. Specs.
I'm thinking one of these models would be good to man, what did you say that I needed to do? Uh for that
Which?
app
Oh yeah, yeah,
that I was
yeah.
wanting.
Right, right.
Uh
That.
man, what are they called?
Um. You talking about?
Like using an AI model within like how you connect it so that you don't have to
Right. It's like like let's say you want to use
house all the process.
like TensorFlow or something, and then it could probably do that.
Something that's not restricted.
Right.
So I wonder if you give this thing an API interactive ability, right? To be able to interact with other websites, if it would be able to,
Probably.
it would be looking at the back end of
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah. Probably.
Man, this would be crazy.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, because then you don't have to be pinging somebody else's server or API. It'll be super super quick too. Okay, I'm not seeing your model here. All I'm seeing is just low end gigabyte GCX3. I guess these are off market. Um, I see 6 gigs of RAM, DDR RAM, DDR6.
Here's the exact name of the laptop.
Okay.
MSI Vector 16 HX A14 VFG.
MS. Oh, it's a laptop. Okay, I'm looking at
Yeah,
desktop GPUs. So MSI.
no,
What's the model number? MSI.
it's a Vector 16
Mm-hmm.
HX A14 VFG.
HXV15.
Yeah,
All right. Let's see.
16, I mean.
16. All right. Cool.
Vector
Shoot.
16 A14 VF. I'm trying to find the specs on my laptop so I can
Right.
Because I know my storage is a terabyte.
Okay. Do, 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 do. Okay, so it's a gaming. It's a gaming rig. Okay, it's pretty beefy.
It's because I'll be doing a lot of uh, computer animation with it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So you need the muscle behind the. Yeah, you're right. Because that came with the course, right, from the university.
Yeah, I bought it with my tuition,
Okay,
so it's mine.
nice.
They already got their money.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, so yours is a one terabyte SSD, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, what are you running? Windows 11 Pro or Windows 10?
Windows 11 when I
Okay.
like as my main, but a lot of a lot of the software that I use for computer animation uses Windows 10. So I use Windows 10 a lot, but I have Windows 11.
Okay. Cool. All right. What I'm seeing here is he's got 64 gigs of RAM. That's the Core i9 MSI. Um, you say HXAI, right? You got the AI version?
A14 A14V.
Oh, okay. So that's not it. It's a different one. Did you buy it on Amazon or from the school?
I don't know where they got it. I bet they bought it from MSI. I bet they got sponsors
Yeah,
of some
probably
kind.
because being an institution, I'm sure they get bulk prices. They probably get bulk prices.
Yeah, it's gonna take an hour for this to download, it says.
How big is it? 2.5 gigs? Nah, it's more than that.
I'm thinking about this AI, the DeepSeek that I'm
Oh,
downloading
uh-huh.
is 13 or no, 18,
18 GB.
almost 19 gigabytes.
Okay, yeah.
It's a whole freaking whole game download.
Yeah, you might as well just let it run and it'll finish when it finishes. Yeah, but do you have an external drive to store all that stuff or you store them internally? Because you're gonna run out of space real
I
quick.
store it internally.
Yeah, you
I
need.
need to get an external drive
Yeah,
or cloud storage, something
yeah. Right, cloud is too expensive.
for my games.
Yeah, don't spend money on cloud. If
Uh,
anything, yeah, if anything, get a NAS. You know what I mean? Get a local storage where you have access to it.
I came up with a idea for some passive income if
Hmm.
you want to hear it.
Yeah, tell me.
So you've traveled the world. It's
Yeah.
it's just now kind of getting popular in New York, but other places it's really popular. Have you ever seen a capsule hotel?
Oh, hell yeah. I've first time I saw them was in Tokyo in Japan. Very popular. Japan was way
Yeah,
ahead of
they're
its
very
time.
popular.
Yeah,
Yeah.
back in 1990s. You know what I mean? Um, no, definitely capsule hotels. So tell me, what's your idea with capsule hotels?
So we could make it completely automated. So what I want to do is I want to get the ISO storage crates
Hmm.
and they're called easy installation storage because
Right.
it can like be transported between barge and train and truck. But you can buy them for anywhere between $25 and $5,000, and then you would divide it up into those capsule pods.
Hmm.
But so it would give somebody a bed and Wi-Fi, you know, maybe close access to a restroom or something like that. I'm thinking putting them in hospitals, like by hospitals in their
Hmm.
parking lots,
Hmm.
or hotels and stuff like that, where people would regularly need just like a night stay, you know, but they might not be able to afford all the amenities, or it might not be necessary for their
Yeah.
trip. And you could, because it would be like small and in a organized facility already, like a hotel or something, you could work with them to compensate their staff for cleaning the building and the
Yeah.
rooms with their regular, right. So then I was thinking, how would you make it completely autonomous from the owner having to maintain it in any way? It'd be like you would have a door that just has a QR code, and
Hmm.
you like scan that, and then you would purchase your time on an app, and then you'd get your night. Like
Def.
there would be a curfew, you know, like you couldn't get into somebody else's, you can only exit it and
Right.
then get in with your code that has a limited window
Definitely.
while you've purchased it.
Yeah. No.
But it would completely automate living
Yes.
space for people. And like
Exactly.
think about like you're just trying to be there for when your wife is in the hospital, or like she's giving birth or something like that, you know, and
Hmm.
you don't
Hmm.
want, your insurance couldn't pay it or whatever, and you can't afford to pay the hospital to stay, you know,
Right. Or
and
get a regular hotel room.
hospitals,
Hmm.
right, freaking $200 for one night, or like $50 for one night,
Exactly.
can like really break somebody. So I was thinking like $20 a night. You just get one
Yeah.
night, you know?
Exactly. You get
That's
you
almost
get the
full.
app. You get the QR code, and you're in. And there could be a communal. There'll be a shower, right? Again, you could access with your QR code, and it could be near. I mean, the possibilities are endless. Like you said,
Yeah, if
hospitals.
you want to expand
Yeah,
because of the ergonomic shape of those containers, you can just you can just connect them end to end, or
exactly. Yeah,
stack them.
yeah. Near airports, near airports, train station, bus
Are you
stations, even let's say
cut out?
near clubs and stuff like that, where there's a lot of night activity.
Right?
Where if you're drunk, you don't want to drive home, just jump in.
Right. And make it, I was thinking like you could you could put scales underneath the beds, because all it would be like a twin size bed, you know,
Yeah,
your capsule. So, and you might have a TV and Wi-Fi and like power ports,
that's it.
little storage space, you know, but it could be like, to you could utilize solar power, one, and also you could have individual heating systems, air conditioning in every pod, but have like a, I mean, how big is an ISO container, you know? So like my air conditioner that I have in my bedroom
Hmm.
can regulate up to 550 square foot. That
Yo,
would be plenty. Like one air conditioner would be plenty to regulate and maintain like a regular temperature. And then
absolutely.
you could have like you could have like you could personalize your pod, but have everything, have it to where the power to your pod is only activated when you're in the bed. So you could put weight
Absolutely. Hey,
sensors.
listen, check out. I just sent you a link in the chat. Check it out because we can get these for as little as $425 in China.
For real?
Yeah, check it out.
Holy crap! Whoa, dude.
Yeah, remember. But now again, tariffs. With doing in the White House, it might fuck it up because even
We
even
just need to design our own thing.
yeah. But then look at the design. This is what I'm seeing, and these are modular. You could
Right.
stack. You could stack them. Can you see it?
But I'm trying to make it to where, wow. Yeah, I'm watching this
To where?
video,
Oh, yeah. So
like the
so the,
tour inside of it.
so the exterior would be
These things
actually
are
be. I
crazy.
see what you mean. Yeah. But this we would need a structure. Like a warehouse type
And you'd
structure.
also need yeah, a building.
Yeah, a
What I'm
building. And
thinking is like making it to where anybody, like you could be walking by it, and that be your ultimatum to sleep there.
yeah.
But you only get a night.
But look at those though. Those are sweet.
Yeah, we're getting these in New York, places like this, the capsule hotels.
Yeah.
I'm trying to come up with a way to bring these into like low cost neighborhoods and like places of a lot of traffic, stuff
Yeah.
like that. Think about like if you build it into an ISO container and there's only like 8 rooms in it,
Mm-hmm. Right.
because you make it to where you climb in from the foot so that you can like fit more.
Right. Because yeah, you kind of you slide in as if kind of like the ones in Japan. Let me send you a
Yeah,
page.
that's what inspired me,
Right.
is seeing that. But knowing that it's not a regular thing here, and it's probably just because, like, why, like, people want all the accommodations and stuff. So it's
Yeah.
like, you gotta really understand these thrive in Japan because they have a huge population, and there's people who, like, regularly use these as their place of living. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Exactly.
avoid that.
Right. And also actually in Japan when I was there, who used them mostly? Probably now people use it for regular living, but mostly the way it was intended, mostly because Tokyo, for instance, Tokyo or Osaka and Nagoya, these are the major cities, and real estate is very expensive. So a lot of families would live outside of the city, right, in the suburbs. And typically, a Japanese family is pretty traditional. The father works and the mother stays home and raises the kids. Now, it's not like that anymore, but that's how it used to be. So, these capsule hotels, you know what they were made for initially? Those fathers who work in the city 5 days a week, right? They would go Monday through Friday, and then they would take the train on, Friday after work to go home and then come back Sunday evening or Monday morning straight to work. So after work from Monday to Friday, they would use these capsule hotels to sleep. That's what they were used for initially.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm thinking too, is if we had a container that companies could also just purchase from us,
yeah, exactly. Because
like
now it becomes sort of like a turnkey,
construction companies,
right? It becomes sort of like a
people who
turnkey
go out on the
situation.
boats.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Do
it could really just expand
for
however people need it,
for sure.
and make it like safe, like it locks you in. When you're in, you can only come out, like, so people can't break into your stuff. I'm I'm trying to come up with a way that you can like put the door exposed to the outside.
Yeah, I just saw a rendering of that, which is pretty cool because it's again it advertises your your uniqueness right away, right? And okay, because I remember, okay, these cool. I'm seeing, okay, the Capsule Hotel Shibuya. Shibuya is it's like crazy neighborhood in Tokyo. where
Right.
there's a lot of bars and stuff. There were a lot of clubs in that area in Shibuya, and there's that major Shibuya crossing where there's, I think it's a 3 or 5 way crossing, and then so many people. It's just crazy. But I see what you're saying, though. Yeah. So have you made a rendering of what you'd like it to look like? Have you started looking into that already, or what's your progress on that?
Uh, well, it's relatively new thought, but
Mm,
I'm trying to. I don't want to make like I know I could sit down and come up with an idea of how I want it to look,
right.
but I kind of want to do more research in like a lot of things, design, but also like I want all of my products that I make to be like it supports and is healthy, so like the bed is
Hmm.
made in a certain way that like benefits sleep as well, stuff like that. So I don't really know exactly how far I want to go with it.
Right.
I'm I'm thinking at first I probably need to just come up with a simple model
Hmm.
because like the ones that you showed, they're $400 a piece,
Yep.
and what we could build out of those containers is like 8 of those for like I don't know. Like to buy those you have to have somewhere to place it
Yep.
too.
Yeah. You need the building.
And
That's
then
uh,
you're not just buying one. And I want to be able to like it'll be an all-in-one, you know. You'll buy
hmm
like 8 at a time or something.
right.
So
Right.
like just dividing the ISO containers into those pods
Hmm.
and then the doors being on like the face of a side.
Yeah. So
I could make a line drawing. I
yeah,
need to
that'd be nice. So what
to help
about? Yeah.
visualize it.
Yeah. What about I guess, yeah, privacy. It's not a problem then. Either.
No, because it would be the app would in the tech in the doors and stuff like that, and
Hmm.
that's where we'd have to put a lot of the money
Right. Exactly. No,
because
that's
you'd
a
probably want some like freaking it would be a tank, you know.
yeah, yeah. That's a brilliant idea. Also, I mean, there's so many applications. Let's say in disaster areas. Um.
Right? Devastations come in, they
Yeah. You know
fly
what I
in one of
mean?
our pods, and the
Yeah.
team and the people who are saved from the
Yeah.
disasters have a place to stay temporarily, and then they can take it out.
Exactly.
It's not permanent.
Yo. Okay.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. 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 That's pretty cool. Yeah, man. Just draw it up. Just create a nice little drawing, and then let's brainstorm on it, and a potential budget. See how much it. Even if it's
Right.
just, let's
Yeah.
say, just create a prototype. You know what I mean, to build one, and then from there we'll go with economy of scale. So if it costs this much to build one, then if we want to build 1,000 of those, it's going to cost less. If you want to build 10,000 of those, it's going to cost even less. And
Right.
the most
So
the
what do we charge
yeah, and the beautiful
for
thing,
one comes from that.
exactly, the beautiful thing would be if we could pre-sell. You know what I mean?
Right?
Just
Pre-sell the idea
well, gee, pre-sell.
for
Yeah,
investors.
I'm not really keen on selling the idea, but let's say we build a prototype, we build one. So it's not just vaporware.
So
It's not
get people in line.
exactly. It's not just talk. And then
Okay.
now, for instance, we just launched it on Kickstarter. You know what I mean? We launch it on Kickstarter,
Yeah.
and we get so we don't even have to get VC or anything crazy. We just do a short run.
Right. We could even work with cities
Exactly.
who have a living problem
Yep.
to let them use their funding to purchase
To
our
purchase
things
those for
and
some.
going to hospitals and stuff like that where insurance money is
Hmm.
involved.
Yeah, and especially,
It would be way easier.
yeah, especially up north, right in the Northeast, where winter could be pretty debilitating, could be pretty harsh, right? So for the homeless
Right place
population,
for somebody to not freeze.
exactly, for the homeless population, that could also be a situation where, hey, instead of spending the night in the freezing cold or under a bridge, there you go. Use some of these capsules.
But I'm
Uh,
thinking we'll definitely have to go the route of, like, I don't want to be put into the situation to where I'm then trying to buy property to like make it its own
yeah,
location. Like I want to work with other businesses who have already established like
I
uh
agree.
maids and like the
No,
maintenance,
no, I agree
the
because
taking care of.
once we get into development, that's a whole different thing. That means there's two separate businesses, right? The building of the pods, and now if let's say we wanted to go into running them ourselves, that's a whole separate business. Now you get into zoning issues, you get into regulations, you get into plumbing, electricity, what do you call it? Right of way, right of passage. So many different rules and laws, permits and stuff like that. It's a headache, and it's a whole separate business. So I think you're absolutely correct by us just being the the manufacturer, and then if you want,
Right. And because it's like a vending machine, you know?
yeah,
So, and it's mobile, it's
mm-hmm,
not permanent. So we could work out with these businesses deals like how ATM vendors and vending machine vendors work, how they'll be like, can we rent your property for giving you like 5% of
hey,
the
you get a
income
cut,
that it
yeah,
generates on your property?
definitely. But
So it also helped them.
although it's a vending machine like, right, we have to make sure that because it's going to be different in every freaking locality, right? So we got to make sure
Yeah,
that legally that it's even feasible. Some states might allow it. Some states might just say, "Hey, nah, this is not possible," or you have to jump through so many hoops. So perhaps a little bit of research would be interesting. I mean, of course, we don't have to target everywhere. We could just target a few places first, but then if we sell it, let's say we launch a Kickstarter, and then everything is basically uh, good to go. We're not going to host it ourselves. We just basically build it and ship it, and the owner, the buyer, deals with all where they want to put it. But if you want to
right.
sell a few or install a few on a property where we'll install them as a vending machine, then it becomes a separate thing. So there are so many different ways we could approach it. But
I want to approach it both ways for sure.
yeah,
Like because I'm sure there will be like the military,
yep,
the our National Guard, things like
hmm,
that. They would probably want to purchase like a like a couple dozen units
yeah.
for them, you know,
I could even see that on
where
oil
they want to
rigs.
be with our app,
Yeah, I could see that on oil rigs as well.
right?
Offshore drilling, expedition to the, up north, and then the Arctic, these type of places where lodging is, even if it's just to go warm up as get away from the elements. These are all possibilities. I think, yeah, just put a little sketch together and share. Let's share it and then see how we can approach it. I love the idea, by the way, if you haven't
Yeah, I
noticed.
thought that one was a good one.
Yeah,
I
it
thought
is.
that was a good one.
Yeah,
I
it
was
is.
thinking like even you could go as far as to building custom pods for people. So let's say somebody just wants like something with more amenities to travel
Hmm.
like themselves for their personal use. We could make that happen. And
Yeah, and
but
also
starting out with the
Mhm.
demographic of like helping those communities where there's
Yes,
a flow of people
exactly. And
in need.
another thing that could be huge. Of course, the season is quite short, but festivals.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, in Colorado, festivals are year round,
there you go. You know, think of something like Burning Man or uh, you know,
right? We might
uh,
be our capsules are gonna be everywhere.
exactly. So, especially festivals, bro. It'll probably be pre-booked before we deploy them there. You know what I mean? We make a deal with of course, the festival organizers are not going to let us put it there for free. They're going to want a cut, right? But of course, we're not going to offer them a cut. We're just going to tell them, hey, can we, or we just rent a plot not far from the festival if it's a better deal because it's just temporary, right? But by putting them on the grounds, in the festival grounds, that means power. We need a power source, whether it's a generator or we tap into their own power grid or whatnot. So this is another consideration. You know what I mean? Power um, and
I'm
store.
thinking
Hmm.
how compact everything is.
Right.
You could, and because of the shape
Hmm.
of the containers, getting solar power, like generating heat energy into electricity,
Mm. Okay.
or using, I mean, some people don't believe in it, but there's means of getting energy from the stagnant energy in the air.
Yeah.
Like I've seen electric generators
Mhm.
that run on magnets that are 100% efficient and
Yeah.
are frictionless.
I've also seen a guy he created a perpetual motion power generator.
But it's not perpetual motion. It's just I I've come to an understanding it's not perpetual
Well,
motion
I guess
because
it's pseudo
there is an
perpetual motion.
exchange.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like
a.
speeding up the
Mhm.
energy that's there and like taking what you need and then releasing it back basically
Yeah, but it's
without
actually.
any like without containing it.
Yeah, but also it's what it does is what it generates. There's a loss. There's a significant loss because you never get an energy consumption where you never get 100% of what you put in out. So you always lose a bit in the transfer, right?
Right, but there's the key to that is just it seems like it's
Mm-hmm.
perpetual motion, but really it's just you're making a tiny receptor for that energy that is just as long as we have an atmosphere and a
Mm-hmm.
sun
Right.
ionizing our air, there will
Right.
be a limitless source of that energy. So it's more like using a freaking car battery to power your remote for your TV. You know,
Right. Right. Right.
it's gonna take forever
Yeah.
for you to.
Exactly. But yeah, the energy situation because I mean it has to be, in a commercial deployment, right? If we're going to charge people to to use the product, let's say on a festival ground, we have to be able to guarantee uh, that the user will have power and why or whatever we advertise, right? So solar, mm, yes and no, because let's say it gets super cloudy, right? Or it's
Right.
rainy. There goes our solar. If we have an inverter when we have
So we would
about
need a system.
Yeah.
Or well, yeah, never mind. What if it's cloudy the whole week?
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
thinking you store energy for later.
Yeah, with a battery system and an inverter, but then still that's not optimal. And I think the optimal deployment would be a permanent deployment with access to the grid. That would be the ideal situation. Other than that, short of developing a cold fusion reactor to power these bad boys, everything everything will kind of have a pro and a con. And if we go with solar, well, there's an issue. If we go with a generator, fuel based, generator, that's a pro and a con. That means you got to have somebody there to refill the generator, or you have a massive generator, which is noisy. You could have those silent ones, but again, that's another headache. That means you got to transport that on site, connect the pods to it, and make sure
And
that
have ready maintenance to that
exactly. So
because
it's
of the engine.
so it'll eat into our costs, cost of operations as well. That means you're going to have a caretaker, somebody, not just a caretaker, but somebody who knows about these sort of things, electricity generators, and to troubleshoot
So
things,
that
whether there's,
might have to we might have to come up with many answers to
yeah,
that.
different options
So like
for power
we
source.
might have to, because like if we're going to a festival out in a disclosed area, we
Mhm.
might have to like have a generator
Yeah.
for the duration that they would also have to purchase.
Yep.
But to install it into like a hospital would be easier
Yeah.
on the cost because you're close to power. So we'd probably need to come up with something that's adaptable.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Have you seen those production trucks for, let's say, TV production or concert production trucks? Have you seen any of those?
No, I haven't.
Okay, there's a connection system. It's sort of like a barrel connector. They're massive. They look like fire hoses, right? And where there's a bunch of pins. Let's say you have male and
Right.
female.
Yeah.
So the female would be attached to the somewhere in the pod with a cover, like you have in your backyard for your power outlet, so it doesn't get wet. So, but this will be more secure, of course. So that would cover the female adapters with the little pinholes, where you have now another piece that you would either attach to that outlet point, where from that, let's say we call it a snake. From the snakes, you'd have different options. You could either connect it to a generator. You could have option to connect it to a solar panel system or a battery system, or to the grid. So, and that's easily achievable where we could have that sort of barrel um, connector that would give us the option of connecting the different sources. But then those different
So
sources
we
have,
could leave it to the buyer to determine how they're going to power it, but we can be smart about our design and work with like we need to figure out like what those steps would be that those companies would take to power and make sure that we're compatible.
exactly,
I think that's doable.
yeah, extremely doable, because then it'll be modular. It'll be versatile, because whatever options you may encounter, you'll be able to have a connector type to connect to it and say, okay, this is a 200 and 240 volt, or 110, or let's say, you know, a step up, step down, or if it's a solar, if it's a battery system, let's say 12 or 48 volt or 12 volt or whatever, whatnot. So I think it's it's feasible, it's achievable. I'm actually trying to find one of those barrel connectors to show you. No, that's too small.
And I'm also thinking about being extremely cost efficient.
Yes.
Like I don't want to build a house that has 20 unnecessary peaks on the roof, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Use all the space and only that.
Yeah, for
Like
sure.
those, like if we would just buy from that other manufacturer in China,
Hmm.
their stuff looks freaking crazy. Like that would be awesome to have, but I feel like I could build that same product for less than that.
For less than that price.
Like achieve the same thing.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Because when you build it yourself, I mean, you control the whole production chain. But in China, we don't actually know. We don't really
Right?
know what
And we
we're
don't know
getting.
what kind of labor
Yeah,
was put into, well, like it'll be the safest route to come up with our own production line,
yep,
because then we can also like feed jobs back to the community or our family or,
definitely.
you know, friends, because it's like I would definitely want to involve my friends and family in the production line of it, because
For
it's
sure.
like I'm not gonna be a selfish boss.
Yeah, but also it'll be impossible for you to take care of all that labor anyway, because we'll need
Yeah, do everything.
fabricators, electrician, interior,
What's cool?
uh,
I
so,
know all of them.
perfect,
I have all of these people in my tool belt
yo,
that
yeah,
I've learned so much from
nice,
my
f-
friends and family. I know an electrician, I know a carpenter, I know a fabricator, I
yo,
know a painter.
perfect,
The list just it goes on.
awesome. Check, I just sent you a link. There's one picture about towards the end of the page. You got to kind of scroll down a little bit. You'll see that kind of barrel. This is actually for audio, but we can get the
Yeah,
same thing for
I
power.
know what you mean.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Yeah.
I'm a scale technician,
Oh,
and some of our indicators use power supply connect like this.
oh, shoot. Yeah. So what am I talking about then?
You plug it in and then you like screw it in a little bit.
Yep. Yep.
Sometimes you mess up the prongs.
Yeah, you got to get a little screwdriver or a needle nose, you know what I mean? Kind of straighten them up a little bit.
Straighten it back out.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know the hassle.
hell yeah, I used to mess around with those on tour, I was like, damn it. Yeah, the one of the major problems I
And
used
they're
to have,
super cheap.
yeah, they are. One of the major problems I used to have is when you go on tour, when you go to certain places, and then the power is 220, and I used to always travel with a step up, step down, and I was always tell dudes, hey, whatever you do, do not plug in my in-ear monitor system. Do not plug in my modules. Okay. And then one dude actually he forgot
Oh man.
and he plugged my shit in, and I saw him about to do it in slow motion. You know what I mean? I was like, no, and it was too
Yeah.
late. And then you can hear that, poof, and then that smoke, and he was like, fuck. I said, I told you guys,
Have you ever
man.
seen the control panels, like where you hook up all of your uh
I
like
love,
your amp and
yeah, yeah, yeah.
any paddles?
Yep, yep.
Do they make any of those that work as like a transformer slash surge protector?
Yes, I think Furman, the company Furman, makes some of those. I think it's spelled Fuhrman. They Fuhr. I might have
So
gotten
I was
this.
about to say maybe we need to maybe we need to whip up a
Yeah.
design for one of those, but nah.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Furman. A lot of you know, the the touring, rigs. They usually have some of those with power stabilizer, with UPS, with lights, because when you're backstage in the dark, so the techs they need to see stuff, so they come in with all that type of stuff. So I'm pretty sure Furman has some of those, but I haven't used them in a while. So power surge protector. Oh, there's no H. It's Furman. Furman. Yeah, I got that wrong. Power conditioner. Yeah, okay. If you go to Amazon, in fact, let me just go to their page. Furman power conditioners. Have you heard of them? Have you heard of Furman?
No. I never really got like super professional
Okay.
into music. I'm
Right.
just around musicians.
Okay.
So I've seen all the gadgets, but I'm not like trying to know the brands or nothing like that.
Right. So they got a lot of stuff. Like if you go to their page and you're seeing under technology, you'll see a bunch of stuff. Uh,
What's it called again?
Furman. There's a link in the chat actually. See, mostly you'll see a lot of rack mounted stuff because they're made to go into these rack systems for touring musicians.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. And you
Uh,
can control the pulse in the volt.
yep.
That's awesome.
Oh, okay. There you go. That's Furman. Yeah, because now a lot of these power conditioners they have smart switch, so when you travel overseas, it switches automatically for you. It detects the input.
Bro.
So if it's 220, 240, whatever, it switches automatically, so you'll never burn your stuff up. And when you get back to the States,
That's awesome.
it switches back to 110, 120, whatever you're pulling, which is pretty cool.
I might have to tell my buddies about that.
Yeah,
Or they
it's
probably know, but I'm gonna talk to them about it because
yeah. Ask him if he knows about Furman. If he's toured before, with the big rigs and stuff, he probably knows about Furman because Furman is industry standard. All I never built a rack without having a Furman in there. It's a must because you
what's
never
cool
know.
about that
Mm,
the capsule pods is like the more we expand, this project
hmm
is got a really good purpose.
Oh, for
So
sure.
companies, like like for the power end of it or like the entertainment end, we can try to talk to companies that we would, like we'd need to do research, but the companies that we choose to put their products in our product, we
Yep,
can try to work something out with them.
definitely.
And then you get their reputation with your name.
Yep. Oh, this is something I didn't even know they had. They had a residential power management system for smart homes.
Wow. So they're
Yeah, they have okay.
doing all kinds of stuff.
Yep, community church project.
So we could probably work with them, or could
Yeah,
I?
absolutely.
That would be awesome. Because then
Yeah,
we could also get nice stereo systems.
that's right. That's right. You know what I mean? And it's Bluetooth. So if somebody comes in with their, but we got to get some pretty kick-ass soundproofing though as well, so people don't disturb because they're going to be such close proximity, right?
Uh,
So
we'll
yeah.
just we can utilize some some of the man, what's it called? There's a way that we used to build houses
Mhm.
where we used the earth as insulation, right? But you can
Right.
simulate that and you can use materials. So we could like insulate the walls of water or like a fluid
Oh, okay. I
so that it would suppress any sound.
so
It would get caught up
basically
in that.
the yeah, it'll be the inner room would kind of be floating. It won't be touching the outer walls, whether it's fluid, whether it's sand
Oil
or
or whatever.
oil. Okay. I guess yeah, we could experiment and see. I wonder if there's a
And it would
simulator for
also
that.
retain the thermal energy, right?
That's
And
that's right.
when the units would need it naturally because of how heat rises, the heat would transfer and a it would maintain like a more constant
Temperature.
temperature.
Yeah, and then of course now it's by recycling the by recycling that whether oil, substance, or water within the walls, that could also be used to heat up the capsule and cold climate. It could also be
Or
used to
cool it
cool exactly in the desert.
because if it's too hot, right? Yeah,
Right.
it would insulate the heat and then it would be like it would help our cost too for power trying to maintain
Yeah,
the controlled environment there. We'd be able to cut the cost down a little bit by using like old techniques
absolutely.
to build
Okay.
it.
Okay. I think yeah, I think you're onto something here. Just the the tech that would go into building sort of like that water membrane or that liquid membrane that would protect, that would act as an insulator but also as a heater and air conditioning, right, to cool down the room, and also to keep it eco-friendly as well, because by not using, let's say, foam or fiberglass, those type of materials that are not so environmentally friendly, that could be that could be pretty cool. But also, how much weight would that add? Because liquid is not light. How much weight?
Right, but the we could build it to where the the thing about that is like the fluid is completely separate, you know?
Hmm.
It's like it's not a permanent thing. You could easily just drain it.
So you're thinking we could drain it in transportation and then fill it up at the destination?
Right.
Not a bad idea.
In certain places, you can use the materials if need be in that local area. So like if one place has a lot of rain, you use their rainwater and then
Hmm.
maybe some coolant so that it doesn't evaporate.
Right. And if it's a camping ground and there's a river, you just get a pump water from the river and fill it up. There's something we yeah, there's
Or if
camping.
we needed to go into somewhere more remote
Right.
where you're away from those things, that's when we would have to come in and be like, with the special fluid that we provide or
Right.
suggest a company to pair with us or, you know.
Absolutely. Okay. That's actually a pretty solid idea because I'll do a little bit of research as well to see who's doing that. Of course, there are capsules, right? But to
Yeah.
those
I
level,
haven't seen
mhm,
the autonomy,
right? And those
like the
level
actual.
and those details, right? The insulation, the power source, and all that type of stuff. I don't think anybody's
Yeah, because
doing that
people are
yet.
cheapskates, you know? I'm trying to sacrifice a little myself to help people, and I feel like the universe will return that in
Abs, abs,
due time. When it's ready, life will sustain me if I choose the path of sustaining life.
Absolutely, absolutely, and also the because right now we're only thinking about the states, but there are a lot of possibilities to, let's say, I know a lot of places in Africa could use such a system.
We could build. No, never mind. I was gonna say we could put a dehumidifier in there,
Well, that,
but
that's that's pretty easy to do because a
but for
dehumidifier.
like a water source
Oh, okay. Uh, yeah, I mean
to
the
come up with some natural way of, because
yeah,
how are we gonna shower people everywhere, you know?
yeah, true. That means
So like water access.
yeah, exactly. But also we have to think in terms of, let's say somebody orders, let's say 8 capsules, right? 8 units with multiple capsules in there. Well, okay, now I'm being greedy. Let's say they order 2, right? 2 containers. Let's say they each have 8 capsules. That's 16 capsules. So we should also think about taking a container and build it as a self-containing shower with different showers. You know what I mean? Let's say we build 4 different showers and bathroom in those. Let's say four johns, right? 4 toilets and then 4 showers. Do you know what I mean?
And then some natural way to decompose of the waste.
Yes.
And maybe even figure out how to
It could be
like
compost. Could be a
make
comp.
everything useful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Could be a compost toilet. You know what I mean? And we could have a gray water tank under the we have a gray water tank under
And
the structure.
we
Oh, be,
could build all of those features in their own separate containers
yes.
to cater to whatever size that it needed to be so that it could be a feature that people choose
There you go.
too. Because
Yeah.
not everywhere will need plumbing and shower and stuff.
Exactly. So therefore, there's a solution for showering. And then also, see, again, I'm having crazy ideas right now. So we can even create
People
a,
would only purchase the showers
yeah, exactly.
even.
And what if we also create one that's a kitchen?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's a shared kitchen. So if you get up, you want to go and make breakfast. All right, there's a commercial grade uh, stove or uh, inductor, oven, microwave, whatnot. Maybe I'm not really crazy about microwave, but um, you know what I mean. Uh, a
It'd have to
couple,
be incredibly regulated for
yes,
sure.
a couple of hot plates. And I think that could be like, pretty much you could build a whole village now. Once you have
Right?
the pods, you have shower and toilets, and you have a kitchen. Boom. I hope you're taking
We have to
notes.
come up with a way. We have to come up with a way that our system isn't abused, though.
Yeah. What do you have in mind? What do you think? What are you thinking?
I think that would just have to go with the tech
Yeah.
that we use, like the accessing the pods.
Mm-hmm.
Like you would be tied to a profile, making sure everybody feels some sense of liability
Yep. Mm-hmm.
to their use. So
Absolutely.
that probably wouldn't be too big of a
And
issue.
I don't think it would be too hard. We instituted either a QR code system or a biometric system, and that's linked to your account. That means either putting a credit card on file. That means indemnities for damages and stuff like that. But of course, kind of like Airbnb,
Yeah.
whenever you book even a hotel, when you book a regular hotel room, there are liabilities. If you break stuff, well, you pay for it. If you use the mini bar, well, you pay whatever you consume. If you rented movies, well, you pay for it. And if you consume anything, in the basket, whether that type of some chips or $10 bag of freaking macadamia nuts or cashew nuts, for they charge you $10 for that shit. Well, you go to the corner store, you go to the bodega, and it's like it's $1.95 type shit. But
And that could be our kitchen, could also be a space for other vendors, like people who provide food service. Like if you've ever been in any factories,
mhm.
how they do it now is like it's like a vending machine, but it's self-serve. So you walk up, you scan your card, or like in the workplace, a lot of the time you have a profile pin that you'll put in, and then you'll scan your card, and then anything you take out,
It deducts it
it
from your account.
yeah, it charges you. So you can't like steal anything, but though, or you'll be charged. But those
Okay.
places,
Yeah,
that would
and
be something that we could put in, and it
that's
would
pre-
also keep us
mhm.
autonomous
Yeah, that's pretty easy to do.
and
That
like
means,
individual.
yeah, you don't have to have staff, standing there all day and more and more, you see a lot of places have, self checkout, right? And where whatever you pick up, it starts monitoring whatever. If you pick up anything from from the food area or from the freezer, let's say you get a drink, the minute you get to drink out of the enclosure, out of the not enclosure, but the refrigerated, like a vending machine, right, with sliding doors, but it's not really a vending machine. Once you pull out the drink, it already knows that you took it out, and it's already tabulating on your card, so it knows, okay, this is $4. Boom, and it goes there. And let's say you pick up a sandwich, right? $4.99. Boom. Let's say you pick up some peanuts, you know what I mean, or some cashew nuts on the counter, or a muffin, whatever. That's
And it's
not.
also like the psychology of it too.
Hmm.
Like if you think about vending machines,
Right.
like how a lot their demographic, is you're paying $1 something for a 20 something that costs the supplier 20 cents. So
Yeah.
it's like kids, in hotels and stuff, they want their candy bar or something like that.
For sure. For sure.
But as a parent, looking through a glass, you can easily like instill on your kids like don't even think about that vending machine.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
with more like there's more interactability in that type of vending,
Hmm.
the self-serve.
For
So
sure.
people are more likely to buy something
Yeah,
when
and
they're
you're
able to hold it.
exactly you're in complete control of in complete control. You're able to actually see the product. You can interact with the product. With a vending machine, you only interact with the product after you've paid. So there's that barrier, right? So I think also to circle back to what we were talking about earlier at the top of the conversation is to have healthier options. You know what I mean? Not have not have sandwiches that are filled with preservatives that are gonna that are gonna last 2 weeks on in the vending machine. You know what I mean? Is we get
Right.
uh,
But
freshly
that'll be
made.
freaking culture shock for people. Feeding people good food.
Isn't that sad though?
Yeah, I want to feel that so bad.
Yeah, man. Because
I need to make that real.
yeah, because that should be the normal thing. You know what I mean?
Right? Number one priority
Yo,
is what you eat.
for real, for real. I don't.
Food
Do you drink Coca?
causes wars.
Do you drink Coca Cola and stuff like that? Pepsi and Mountain Dew. Do
I
you drink?
used to.
Good. Okay. Good.
No, not anymore, but I used to.
All right.
I told my boss this. This is
Hmm,
I figured out Coca-Cola brand has been paired with Microsoft since the
yo,
80s.
that's evil right there. So when's the last time you had
They're
it? When's the
putting
last time you had
nanotech.
a? When's the last time you had a Coca Cola?
I can't even tell you.
That's
I
good.
think the last time I take that back. I can't tell you an exact date,
Hmm.
but my buddy had bought Jack and Coke in
Right.
a can. Like it's mixed Coke and Jack
Oh,
in
it's
a can.
pre-mixed. Okay.
Disgusting. And I tried it because I like Jack
Right.
from time to time,
Yeah.
but that's an abomination. He loved it though. He thought it
Dang.
was the best shit. But yeah, that
Oh.
was the last time I drank Coke.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. But I don't. Yeah. I don't. I don't do alcohol. The only thing I drink sometimes is a little bit of red wine. That's about it. Alcohol. I never really got into it. Even when I was touring and stuff, never really got
That's
into it.
good.
Yeah. And Coca Cola. Last time I had a Coke was I remember exactly when it was September 27th, 2017. Uh, that's because we stopped at Mickey D's and I had a fish fillet
Yeah.
and some bullshit fries that are not even fries because that's the only thing that was available at a truck stop and I didn't even finish it. That's the last time I actually touched that stuff. For me,
I can't imagine how you felt.
oh my god, it's straight up poison. It's right away your stomach. You feel bloated. You
Yeah,
feel
because you sound like a really healthy dude.
oh bro. For me, health is life. So because without
Yeah.
health, you have nothing. Zero, bro.
We're programmed over here to be food addicts.
Oh my god.
Like we eat to consume, not to provide our bodies with nutrients. Like I literally had to rewire how I think about food because of how we're taught.
That's awesome. I
Like I couldn't eat bananas
really
for years. Yeah, like growing up, I was
because
a pretty picky eater.
you weren't introduced to it early enough to appreciate what it was good for.
Right. Or like the psychology of understanding what it's doing for your body,
Hmm.
like you're receiving energy, like the whole idea of eating, you know, is a motivator to eat right. But
Absolutely.
we're not taught that to be motivated to eat right. You
Yeah.
eat what tastes good,
You know,
what you like.
Exactly. I guess I've been fortunate enough to have parents who introduced me really early on with the concept of healthy eating. For instance, um, my father, he uh, he never really allowed, I guess, candy and overly sweetened foods in the house. If you wanted something sweet, just grab an apple or whatever was in season. You know what I mean? Grab a banana, grab a pear,
Yeah.
grab a peach. You know what I mean? Some plums, and he would buy cherries and stuff like that. And to this day,
That's
even right,
awesome.
yeah, even right now on my table over there, there's a fruit there's a fruit plate. You know what I mean? It's like one of those kind of like crystal fruit platters and stuff like that. So there's always some bananas. There's always some pineapple or something. I need to have my fruits and
A lot of people don't understand that there's a difference between the sugars in like honey and fruits
hmm
than the granulated sugar from sugar cane.
oh yeah, that's straight up poison because it's been processed, it's been bleached, it's been they've done all sorts of things
Yeah,
to it. I mean,
it's
there's
mainly
sucrose.
glucose.
Exactly. There's sucrose, there's glucose, there's all sorts of different derivatives. And the worst of all, though, it's not the
No,
granulated
no, I take
sugar.
that back.
It's the fructose corn syrup. That is
Hmm.
the worst shit ever, and it's everywhere. I don't know if you buy salad dressings. It's in salad dressings, for Christ's sake. It's in mass-produced bread, mass-produced muffins and cakes, and stuff like that. All these drinks.
Yeah, freaking potatoes,
Yeah.
like the powdered potatoes.
Yep. That's the worst shit ever. Powdered potatoes. Mm-mm. You want mashed potatoes? Boil some potatoes and smash them bad boys up. That's your mashed potato. Put some
Yeah,
butter, a little bit of
people are
salt.
missing out.
Oh my God. Put a little bit of black pepper in there. Boom. That's all you need. Full of flavor, healthy, and it's the best thing. It's the best thing ever. Although, I'm not really a potato guy. I don't eat a lot of potatoes, but right now,
They're not super good for you, so
yeah, exactly. Because starch, yeah, in moderation, but you gotta, and I don't believe in eliminating food groups from your food habits. Or you could have a little bit of everything, the good stuff anyway, but not too much of anything.
right, our bodies are so resilient.
Oh,
You
for
know, if
sure.
you're actually if you're actually fueling your cells and keeping your cells hydrated, like I mean, there's just our body fights against everything.
Oh, definitely. Our bodies is a well-oiled machine. It's a super it's a super organism. It knows what it needs, but you got to listen to it because if you don't, at some point
Mhm.
it's gonna stop giving you hints. It's gonna stop telling you, "Hey, that wasn't. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have eaten those Twinkies. You shouldn't have eaten those ho hos." You know what I mean? And at some point, it's
Right,
gonna
your
tell
body's
you,
just gonna adapt.
you know what I mean? At some point, it's gonna be like, "Well, hey, I guess that's what we're doing. Let's go have that KFC." You know what I mean? It's all greasy and you don't feel so good
Yeah,
afterwards. But if you listen to your
and that's why I
body,
say people are addicted.
so addicted, bro. Because food could be a drug as well. Just like we were talking about earlier, right? Where you could be addicted to alcohol, to cigarette, you could be addicted to food, and that stuff that's mass produced, it's straight up crack. You get addicted to that stuff. And if you don't change it,
Mhm.
see what I tend to do once in a while, if I feel a little sluggish, if I'm not feeling Quite myself, I fast. You go and fast. The longest I've done was 5 days. I was completely dry. It's a dry fast. So that means no water, no food for 5 days, and no shower either. Because when you're in that state of
Right, your body.
dehydration, yeah, your body absorbs water through your skin as well. So I didn't even wash my hands because my body would absorb water through my pores. So no water, no food, 5 days, and it was amazing.
Yeah, people don't even want to start thinking about detoxing and fasting. Like they like the concept, but it's the why, you know? It's because we're full, like every organism on this planet is trying to live, and some of them are trying to live in you.
Yeah,
And you gotta, I mean, there's ways for thousands of years humanity has combated these things. I don't know why we just, you know,
yeah,
here it's pseudoscience or
yeah, exactly.
or
But also, I
to
mean,
put
have you
people into
right? Have you
bad mindsets. People are negative about it because
exactly?
there's the
ha-
fear.
Have you heard the concept of your stomach is your second brain?
Yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah, your mouth. Oh
y-
my goodness.
oh
Your teeth.
yeah, yeah, man, and it'll affect your health in ways that you wouldn't imagine possible. For people who have fillings, especially old school like lead
Mm-mm.
fillings,
Yeah.
that shit is killing you, and then you don't even know, right? F- knock on wood, I don't have any fillings at all, nothing, zero. So, um, when you get into a situation where your gut microbiome is dictating what you eat because that's what you've been feeding it, so you create a feedback loop where you have cravings that you think are your cravings, but they're not actually your cravings. They're the microbes in your gut that's telling you, hey, I need my fix. Go eat this. This is what we're used to. That's what we want. So what do? You go and feed them the same thing over and over. But what happens is when you fast, you starve these bad. Because remember, in your stomach, right? You have two factions. You have the good guys and the bad guys. So the bad bacteria, they're always trying to overpower the good bacteria. And with your help, if you overfeed the bad bacteria, they overmultiply. They might sometimes decimate the good bacteria colony. And then what happens when you get into such a situation? That means you may have, IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. You may have colic. You may be super gassy. You know what I mean? You may have diarrhea constantly. You may have a lot of issues that are not even associated, well, that are not showing in your stomach, but just showing your skin. I mean, you may have like pimples all over the place. You may have breakouts that you can't explain. And then another good surefire way to know that is that your breath will be atrocious. Your breath, bro. You could singe hairs off of people's fucking faces. That's one of the signs. You know what I mean? So now what you got to do
Yeah.
is you got to starve these fuckers to death. You got to starve these bad factions. And then once you start refeeding, this is where now you got to go into prebiotics and probiotics to start culturing the good bacteria again. Now, once you resuscitate the good faction, now it's up to you to keep it up. Don't revert back to the old bullshit of feeding the bad faction because there might be one or two left in there in hibernation, and once you feed, you start on the same bullshit habits again. They're just waiting for you to just drop something in there. Once they get it, that's it. It's game over. Then you start having problems again. You start getting gassy, you're burping, your breath stinks, your skin is fucked. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
And then and then you're not confident anymore, so then it feeds the loop even more.
Exactly. Then you start getting
It really is a well-designed it's a well-designed method
yo. Then you start getting
to
fat.
keep you down.
You know what I mean? You start getting fat and you start getting less confident. And then you create that feedback loop again. And then as you get more and more depressed, what do? You eat more. And I don't know if you've watched My 600 Pound Life with Dr. Now.
Yeah.
See,
Yep.
there you go. It's those people. Okay. Of course, these are extreme cases, right? But then you still
Right.
have
But those are the people that you have to treat to be able to treat everyone.
exactly.
Like they're giving up the answers, you know, through, you know, their experience of dealing with that problem.
Yep.
And
Yep.
it's like the people in the position to be capable,
Hmm.
like us,
Yeah.
need to provide more like a it's like how can I how can I take away one of the steps that I had to go through to get where I'm at so that maybe you can do it easier.
Right.
And
Exactly.
like I mean, there's too many people in the world who are like, "Oh, that's pussy liberal
Right.
talk. You're talking like a communist." No, I'm talking like somebody who genuinely loves everybody.
Exactly.
And like I'm not looking at you in your darkest moment as no potential anymore. You're not lost, I don't think.
Hmm. No, definitely. Because listen, at the end of the day, when you when you understand that what affects me, right, affects you in some way, directly or indirectly. If it's if it's your a family member, it may affect you directly. But if it's just a guy in the next apartment, it may not affect you because he's not a family member, but it also affects you indirectly. Even if somebody in the
Right,
same
like
city as you.
the panhandler,
Exactly.
the
You know what I mean?
panhandler on by the stoplight, you know.
Yes. So it affects everyone. And if we can get into a situation where uh, we can help one person see a better way, achieve a better way of living, achieve a better understanding of proper nutrition and taking care of yourself, because you could actually eat healthy, even if you're not wealthy, you could eat healthy. You just have
Yeah,
to. It takes a little bit more effort. Don't go for the low hanging fruit. Don't go.
sadly,
You know what I mean? Don't go for to the
I think
drive. Don't go for a happy meal. Just buy some potatoes or buy something, and then go home and cook it. It'll be more nutritious and better for you.
right. I think we need to get together all the mamas of the world, you know,
True.
all the people who are already used to feeding everybody before themselves
Yeah. And then give him the
and
proper
letting them
tools. Yeah,
teach,
give him the proper
right,
tools
empowering them.
to say, okay, don't eat this, not that, that type of stuff.
Like the relationship between a man and a woman nowadays has been like corrupted to where lot of women feel like there's this ultimatum of hopelessness to where they have to like a lot of women gain power
Mm.
through using like using it in any way
Yeah. Well, I
is
think
not really good. It's
yeah,
not out of love.
definitely, I
So
agree.
it's
And
like
in fact,
I'm
yeah.
thinking of like
Hmm.
prostitutes and women who have been put into situations where they've had to go against their own morals to survive.
Yeah. True. True. Hey, bro. Let me pause you for 1 second. All right. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. Hold up. Cool.
Hey, no problem, bro.
All right. All right. I'm back.
What's up?
Yo. Okay. You shared your screen.
This
What
thing
you
downloaded, so
What you got? Okay.
right now it's thinking.
Aha.
I gave it kind of a curveball, 2 curveballs.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what's going on there. What's your computational limit? Da, 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 da. It's thinking. Okay, it's going.
Yeah, there's no telling how long this is gonna take because
Right.
of what I asked.
Oh, that looks pretty.
Now it's making an understanding
Uh huh.
of what
That
ablated means, but
that.
also trying to understand how I phrased it.
Okay. That looks pretty smooth to me, or is it because
So
again I can't really tell because you're streaming the window. But is it pretty smooth on your end? Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty smooth.
Nice.
Does it look laggy
Well, it's
on your
not.
stream?
Yeah, it looks kind of laggy, but I'm pretty sure it's because you're sharing your screen.
Well,
So
it's generating like a word at a time. So it's like spitting.
okay,
It's not like fluid output, but I think that's just how this model, how
gotcha.
they've made the
The
I
the
forget what it's
the
italics
the,
or
the
whatever,
streaming,
or
the way that it
script.
streams. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty good. Capabilities, natural language, okay, answering questions.
Cool.
Pretty sweet,
It's a
right?
very in-depth chat model, I guess. Because I didn't even really know what type of one I was downloading. I was
Right.
hoping that it was this one
And that's
because I
then
came across the YouTuber
and that's running
who
locally, yeah.
showed me this. Yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty
like I
good.
downloaded this. This is yeah.
Right. So anyways, this is LM Studio, and then you downloaded the model.
I downloaded LM Studio first, the Windows
Right.
LM Studio, and then it has a list or you can search, and I searched up ablated, and then just downloaded the first recommended AI model.
And what was recommended?
That
Is it the
this one, DeepSeek R1 Queen 2.5 32B. I guess it's just the most. This
Oh,
is the
okay.
most updated version,
Right.
except it's ablated. So that means that like it has the features that would keep you from like asking in-depth chemistry about a bomb or something like that,
Right.
you know?
How do I get away with murder?
Right? It can literally do anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, cool. I need to experiment with that. But mind you, I'm not sure my Mac Mini will handle it. I can always try though.
Yeah, this might be something that you might need to hook up to your PC.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, I don't even have I don't run Windows anymore. I don't have a PC. I just have the Mac Mini and a MacBook Pro. But I need to get either a Mac Studio or one of those new generators, or one of those M4s, or you know, Mac M4, Mac Mini, or maybe just a Mac
I
Studio.
really I like Mac,
Hmm.
and really I would love to be able to utilize the when you have an iPad or any Apple products,
Hmm.
you have access to the iOS
Yep.
development features
Yep.
that are free
That's right.
for those devices.
Yeah, it's only free until you want to publish. Then you got to pay $99 a year
Yeah.
for the license. But
Wow. I didn't know that. They don't
yeah,
tell you that.
yeah, no, of course not. They just spring it on you once you're ready to actually publish. Then they tell you, yeah, you need a license, buddy. You get to use it for free, but to publish, $99 a year.
Man, I can't wait to sit down and get all of the software
Hmm.
that you recommend to build that back end or the web
Yes.
extension.
Yeah, I owe you a day, right? So we need to get
Nah,
to
that was my fault. I
yeah,
got busy and
yeah, but no, it so happens also after that. Then I got sick, you know.
Ah,
Uh,
shit. That happens, man.
Eh,
I'm just glad that you're feeling better.
Definitely, man, because it's once your health is not optimal, then you got to take a step back and
Yeah.
then just chill, disconnect a little bit, and then just chill. But yeah,
And
no,
you're
it's
in like more of a position, so I can imagine that can be stressful.
oh
Like your time
for
is
sure,
valuable not to just to yourself, but to multiple people that
exactly.
you've agreed to spend your time with. So
Yep, yep, exactly. But it's it's I'm always happy to engage, to help out with what I can, the type of stuff. So no, we still
that's
need to
why you're
find
a leader.
we need to find time,
For
we need
real,
to
man.
find some time. Thank you, bro. So when let's see, when can we do this? This weekend? Are you free this weekend?
Let me see. Yeah, I'm not doing anything. I'm not even sure if I work tomorrow.
Right.
Probably don't.
Okay.
So I should have the whole weekend,
All right. So
unless an emergency arises. But
right. Okay. Well, you want to shoot for Saturday or Sunday? What's better for you?
let's shoot for Saturday.
All right. Let's do
Let's
Saturday.
shoot for Saturday.
hmm
So if anything happens, we
We bump
can
it.
plan.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So let's see. Let me bring up my calendar. What time? Yeah. Now we gotta look at the time difference.
Let's do. All right. So if it is around noon for me, what time is it for you?
Noon. Where you at again?
Because I'm Central Time.
Central time, right? Noon. What's the closest city to you?
Oh man.
You don't have to tell me your exact location because we're on the stream right now. So just tell me your
Um,
the biggest city.
it's
Close.
Central Daylight Time.
Okay,
So
Central Daylight Time.
6:25 p.m. is me right now.
6:25 p.m. right now.
Yeah.
Okay. 6:25 p.m. Central.
Who keeps on jumping in and out? We gotta catch them when they hop in here and give them some time to say something.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because I guess some people actually they just don't like talking. They just don't like engaging. They just kind of fly on the wall. You know what I mean? Just I'll engage once they engage. Because in fact, Taha, it's that one guy keeps popping in and out. I try to engage a couple of times, like before I think the last couple of streams before I stopped streaming. He never said anything. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? What's going on? But it's all
He just
good.
having fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess just enjoying the conversation. I guess but it's all good. And I think the stream is kind of dried up right now. We have one concurrent. We have one viewer, but we have a total of 162 views, which is pretty cool. It's pretty respectable.
Yeah.
7 likes.
I stopped in on I don't know what it's called anymore. Goldfish. Goldfish memory sometimes.
Uh,
Kick.
yeah.
The kick.
Oh, you saw Kick when?
I just stopped in for a little bit. I hopped back because uh I was that was when you were telling me to get in the Discord.
Oh
So
yeah. Right. Yeah, Kick is. I'm just trying it out. See if I can create a following there because it looks promising as a platform. They kind of
it's
try.
definitely I want to say it's safer. for
Yeah,
content creators
yeah, exactly. And
because
they're
like
they're,
with
they
YouTube, there's no telling what they could ban you for. You know, maybe one of our projects becomes too fucking empowering to the people or
yeah,
something, crazy.
exactly. They
You
might
never know.
shoot you. Yeah, they might shoot you
Algorithm
down.
just
Yeah,
bans you.
yeah, definitely.
So
So
it's good.
yeah,
Kick
exactly.
is like known for like deviation off of social norms. Like that's where the pranksters go and like the delinquents go.
Yeah, exactly.
But
And also they don't censor you for stupid reasons unless it's something really serious. You don't get banned.
yeah, the owner of Kick. Do you know who the owner of Kick is?
What's it, Dennis or what's his name? His name start with a D. Young guy. I think he's Australian or something, right?
Yeah, he's a I think I think the creator doesn't own it anymore, or at least he doesn't own all of it anymore. He was a streamer
Yes.
who got really rich and bought Kick.
Yeah, because he started
Um,
like an online casino. That's why he made all his
yeah,
money. Yeah, 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 yeah. And then he transitioned to Kick because Twitch was basically fucking up, banning people left and right, and just doing stupid stuff. I
it's a
never
good move
streamed.
though.
Yeah, exactly. I never streamed on. I think I streamed on Twitch once or twice a while back, but I don't really mess with them.
I started a TikTok
Oh, nice.
that I go live on every once in a while, but you
Okay.
know those Bigfoot TikToks
Yes.
that we
Are you
see?
creating some
I
of
made
those?
one.
Nice.
Yeah, I made one.
Yo, I gotta see this. What's your
All right.
what's your
It's
handle?
funny, dude. You're gonna like it. Hold up. I'll get the link.
Yeah, I gotta see that. I got a TikTok too, but I haven't posted anything yet. I need to get active.
I'm completely faceless with it
Yeah.
with this account, but
Okay.
I
But
think when I get bigger, when I
hmm
go live, I'm gonna like reveal my face
right.
because people interact with you a lot more. Like you get a lot more engagement when they can see you.
Yeah, for sure. Which is why, I have to do this reveal to actually start engaging a little bit more. Definitely. It
Like
just
everybody will tell you,
mhm.
but I'm gonna wait because I mean, there's no point in me showing my face right now. I'm not even making money with it.
Right.
Which you can make money live with 1,000 followers. You can make money on live stream with
Yeah,
gifts,
true.
stuff like that. But
Yeah, true, true. Yeah, I mean, there are multiple ways to monetize, right? Not just through the partner program. You could get actually brand deals, yeah, with 500 subscribers, and as long as you have engagement, and then you align with the product that you're trying to push, yeah, definitely. There's always a possibility to um, to showcase different products and do things like that.
I sent it in the general chat.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, 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 no. It's cool.
You
Oh
cut
shoot.
out. I didn't even know you were talking.
Oh, okay. Shoot. Wait, you got quite a few already. Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, if you scroll to the beginning,
Uh huh.
all the way, it might take a little bit, but you can see the character development. Like
Okay. Well,
first, you
yeah.
just start out
Well, I don't have to.
me and a few other
I don't have to.
characters.
I don't have to scroll to the bottom. I just sort by oldest. Then it's going to put the oldest at the top, right?
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I see the first one. 240 views. 243 views. Oh yeah, with
But
the
I
with the.
just started out like a nature guide.
with the flashlights. Oh, there's a cat.
Oh no, yeah, that was my first project. I
Yep.
was gonna make horror stories with these cats,
Uh-huh.
but it I couldn't get VO3 to make consistent generations of these guys.
Ah,
Like
right.
this was my first attempt, so I was super hyped about it, but I couldn't get it to make that good a quality again, like how they're real humanoid, but they're still a cat.
Right.
To get it to like when you're trying to mix two very, very specific things together,
Uh-huh.
it has trouble. That's why I just moved to Bigfoot because for some reason, I mean, probably just because of how established the Bigfoot
The character, yeah,
image
exactly.
is,
Yeah, there's been more
and like
training.
it's already
Mm-hmm.
humanoid. Yeah, so it just I had to because it's not cheap, and it was getting expensive for me just like failing with this
Oh,
cat to
oh,
make this good
dude.
of content. So
Yeah.
yeah,
These dudes sound
but that would have been fun.
Yeah, definitely. This dude sound
Yeah, I was
Australian.
trying to make the Bigfoot crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, I hear it. I hear it. I hear the influence. Definitely Australian.
Eventually, though, I had just tossed that
Right.
because getting that voice model
Hmm.
consistent
Right.
was really hard. Like I would get like 3 or 4 videos, and it makes 8-second clips.
That's right.
So
Yeah.
I'm like piecing together multiple clips to
Hmm.
make a 30-second video, and like I would be right at the end of my story. Like I got really good at writing the prompt.
Nice. So how
And
much?
I trained Gemini to write the prompt for me
Okay. Cool.
so
Cool.
well that I could just tell it what I wanted and then it would give me consistent detail
Right.
and follow up
So
all
how
that.
much did this end up costing you? So all these
Uh, as
generations.
I started to do it more, I started to get better and I learned different tricks of the
Hmm.
trade. Like if you go to my pinned
Yep.
ones and the first pinned one that's like the Bigfoot UFC,
Hmm.
that one,
Right.
like it is 20 cents a generation.
Okay, that's not bad.
Right. Which at first I'd messed up and I was using the dollar a generation. It was 100 credits
Right. Okay. I see you
for
got the
like a higher quality, but it's
okay.
literally the same.
Right.
So
You
I
got the
was wasting money.
pyro going, pyrotechnics. Oh, dude got dreadlocks. Holy
Yeah, that's
shit.
my buddy.
The
My
Quan.
friend has a Bigfoot account. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the Quan. And he he has his Bigfoot and I was like I had started to grow. So he was like, "All right, let me make one." And
Yo.
yeah, so that's him. I sent out a challenge to all Bigfoots. I've started a Bigfoot. This is so goofy saying out loud. I started a Bigfoot community on TikTok. Now there's a whole Discord and
Nice.
people are doing collabs,
Oh,
making
snap.
like I made the the video that it's pretty recent. It says Grumbles turned on
Yo.
the caption.
Uh-huh.
And that is another collab where my buddy, uh, I met him on TikTok. He has a Bigfoot named Big Toe, and he worked with us on the Bigfoot UFC, and he started his own series to collab,
Oh,
where it was like he was in a warehouse getting taken over by zombies, and we came to rescue him.
Yo.
So like I've built a community now where people are making videos that draw attention to everybody's channels and you
Oh,
have to like go
nice.
through everybody's channels to hear out the whole story. Yeah, it's turned
Nice.
into way more than I expected. But yeah.
Awesome, man. Because I see you already got 2,700 followers. and almost a million. No, not a million. What's that? 9,181. It's almost 1,000 likes. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man.
almost 10,000 likes.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, 9,981. Almost 10,000 likes. That's pretty cool, man. 2,700 followers. That is dope. Yeah, I gotta watch. I gotta watch some
Yeah,
of
it's
these.
funny. I
Yeah.
enjoy it. You can see how there's game highlights of me playing Fortnite. You can see how I have the live stream set up.
Right.
I made a little video of my Bigfoot character
Okay.
that I paste onto
Which
the
one?
screen of the live.
Which one?
It is the 7th video down if you start with like the most recent.
Okay.
There's
Most.
3 pinned. It's
Yep.
the 4th video that isn't pinned,
Okay. The
which is
5,579.
just gaming highlights.
Okay.
It's kind of
Yeah.
loud, but
I muted it for now.
but yeah, you can see my Harry in the corner on a little camp on a PC gaming,
Wait. Oh, I think I'm on the
so that I
wrong.
could.
I think I'm on the wrong video because I'm not seeing that. I see. Is that Kong with the two babes? Nah.
Oh, that's the Dr. Squatch commercial I made.
Okay.
You should listen to that one. That one's good.
That's pretty dope, huh?
That one's my most recent video.
Okay. So wait, which one you said? And this okay because my screen is bigger, so the layout might be a
Did you
little
follow me?
different. Let me see. Yep.
If you follow if you follow me, I'll just direct message you the
Yeah.
video.
Followed.
Let me see. Nice.
I see the NBA draft. Oh, is that Shaq? Yo. All right, I got your message. And by the way, now YouTube is going to be cracking down on those videos for some reason.
Bigfoot AI?
Yeah, all those AI generated, faceless. They're
I
yeah, I don't know. They're just bored. They're just stupid. Wait, it says this message type isn't supported. It wants me to download
Yeah,
the
it's
app.
because you're on your
Yeah.
the web extension doesn't support it.
Eh. All right, let me just find it. Hang on. What's
I sent you
the
the actual post now.
yeah? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh, that one. Okay.
Now, that one's kind of loud. I should have changed the audio,
Yeah.
but I never listened to it. I just let TikTok edit it and then
Okay. Did you use the
post it.
TikTok editor or you use CapCut?
I for this one, I just let TikTok do it. But the
Okay.
Bigfoot UFC, I use Clipchamp and Fish Audio
Okay.
to, or you can even use man, what's it called? I can't think of what it's called right now, but it's just an AI that reads for you,
Okay. Right.
and then you can like put in a document, and then it'll
Right.
make an audio file.
Yo, that's dope.
Yeah,
So that's
Harry.
so
Been a little side quest.
that's you playing right there. That's your gameplay.
Yeah, and then in the corner, you see how I have like a live footage of
Yep.
Harry gaming. So
Yep.
it looks like I didn't want to have to show my face, so
Right.
but you have to. So I have the live footage of me, the camera footage hidden behind
behind the
that.
character, right?
Yeah, because you can make a custom template for
Dope,
your live. Yeah.
dope, dope, dope. Yeah.
Yeah, I use Flow
Mm-hmm.
because it's credit based,
Okay.
but I'm thinking LM Studio might have they probably have a model that uses VO3 that I could download and have infinite generation.
Yeah, that would be sweet. So you don't have to spend so much money and stuff.
Yeah, you can also, because it's like less restricted, I could make better videos. Because
Right.
sometimes the computer will trigger like what you're saying just of like your lack of knowing how to communicate to it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
like it'll flag nonsense, stuff that doesn't really mean anything. It's like a detail that might infringe on somebody's uh like their property basically,
Yeah,
their
their IP,
username.
their intellectual property. Yeah, sometimes I get that on Suno. Sometimes you say, you know, craft this beat, with kind of like Timberland, like da 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 da. It's like no, can't do that. Or if you ask it to do something like Michael Jackson or
Like
any, if you
the
mention
big
any
names,
artist, yeah, the big names, it'd be like, no, we can't do that. And it's a shame
there's
because
loopholes you can do to get
mm,
around that.
oh yeah, no, I do get around it a lot. Instead of saying D'Angelo, and I give him specifics. Fender Rhodes with minor seven chords, and with
Right.
sort of like a staggered beat. With a swing at 75%. I get real technical, and then it does it.
Yeah.
But if I mention D'Angelo, it was like, nah, can't do that. If I tell
Have
it,
you ever tried letting letting your AI
mm,
handle coming up with the description, like an enhanced description?
yeah, I have. Sometimes it's a little too verbose, and sometimes
Well,
I
what you
still,
can do to fix that,
mm,
because it's trying to communicate to you
right,
the best it can. So it's trying to communicate to your understanding. But
right,
if you let it know that it's trying to talk to a specific model and to disregard like your understanding,
hmm,
it'll work it down to the back end code and talk to it in code.
got you. So it's because, yeah, I guess, yeah, you're right, because ultimately it's trying to please you, right, as the prompter. As
But
trying
you
to
can let it
give
know
you
to
what you want.
translate.
Yeah. So you kind of have to take it by the hand and then coax it and say, all right, let me guide you to what. I'll try that next time. See what it spits out. All right, let's
It could just be more accurate.
right. Let's set up the time for Saturday. What time is good for you?
Anywhere, let's say 11 for me.
11 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. 11 a.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. Alrighty, so that would mean see multiple time zones. So for me, that would mean Do. Okay, that is well, yeah. Okay, it'll be 7 for me. 7 p.m.
Is that good, or do we need to go earlier?
No, that's good. It's actually
All right.
perfect. Yeah. So calendar Saturday. And anyway, we'll keep in touch via Discord. Just make sure we'll message each other ahead of time. Make sure we're in case this. But I believe this is right. It's 7 p.m. It's 1900 hours. Right. 19.
Have you been working on any projects?
Yes, I have. But mostly what I was concentrating on is resting and getting
That's
my
good.
getting my health on point. And a couple of things that I worked on is basically refactoring certain things. Nothing major because I didn't spend a whole lot of time on the comp. So cleaning up a bunch of things, and next phase is basically security audit, refactoring the codes, make sure everything's secure. There are no holes, for SQL injections and brute force, that type of stuff. So I don't want to get into a situation where my API keys are exposed in some way or fashion. So, but as far as projects, nothing. Just because remember, I have over 25 projects, 25 apps, like builds that I can,
Yeah.
that I have to get out of MVP. So still a lot of work to be done.
I'm glad that my app isn't gonna be like something crazy to have to develop.
Right, exactly. Because it's the more complex it is, of course, um, the more time consuming it's going to be, and the more worrisome it gets as well. Because at the end of the day, you have to you have to be able, all the pieces fit together properly. So what's the plan? Do you want to go Android, or just web, or web and Android, and then later on do iOS? What's the plan
Probably web and Android, and then iOS.
later? Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense. That makes sense.
Uh, didn't you say something about it being, uh, is it the web extension that makes it compatible to iOS, or
Um,
what was your resolve for that?
for that, what I was thinking is, if it's just just an extension, then it's platform agnostic, so you could run it in any platform, right? But if you want a dedicated uh, app that will run as a native app, then of course then you'll have to take into consideration whether it's React Native or uh, you know or Flutter. Well, of course I don't really mess with Flutter, but React Native. Let's say React Native, then you would run it natively on Android, and then you also convert it because since you don't have a Mac, so that wouldn't even be possible. But if it's just the web extension, right? All you need to do is basically have two web extensions, one for Chrome and one for Safari-based browsers. That's pretty much it. You don't need anything else really. And that extension will work
Yeah, so you'll
for,
probably have to start with that.
yeah, because it's the it's the easiest thing to do. Just to it's an
Get the
extension.
product to people faster.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yo.
I've just thought of so many times now since I came up with that idea
Hmm.
of like when I would have used that app or when I could have suggested. Like the app could also help people write their own TOS
Yeah, for sure.
because of its extensive knowledge of the TOS
Yeah.
legal.
Yeah, definitely. And you don't have then the user won't have to spend a whole bunch of time trying to figure out, okay, how do I segment this? What do I include? What do I take? What's important, So it's definitely
My
it's going
favorite feature of
hmm
it was that let's say a website, the extension flags whatever risk that it found.
right.
It also you can like very simply or directly just ask like it'll give you the steps to changing that terms of services. So a
Yeah.
lot of the times these people who came up with this stuff, they really know their stuff.
Hmm.
And they're once you've signed once, most of the time that is like indefinite agreement.
Yep.
And the only way to get any change is to just request it. And like you have to know how to ask the company. A lot of people wouldn't even know where to start. So
Yeah,
the app
exactly.
will like from your basic input, like somebody could just very simply be like, I want to change that they're more liable for any money that they may have stolen or should be liable for. And it'll like translate that into something that you could copy and paste
Right.
that is more legal, like more professional.
Yeah, exactly. More in line with your particular service, your particular website, or whatever the case may be. Yeah, definitely.
And it's the only way to get it done is
Hmm.
knowing how to communicate to these companies
Yes.
or because it's like lawyers, you know,
Hmm.
who are handling this stuff. And like yeah, I mean, if you're getting a lot of requests that are going unanswered, like you're making people aware of the risk. People will stop using services unless they,
Yeah.
start being more morally in line with what the users want.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm ready for that.
All right. Let's go. Let's do it. Yeah. So are you gonna sketch um a quick thing for the pod for the capsules?
Yeah, I'll do it on my laptop right now.
Nice.
Do
What
it
was what
do it
was
all
the
night.
what was the answer on the LLM? How to work out?
It says that Okay, so I just recently asked it if it can analyze data from the internet,
Right.
right? But it can't directly, it says that it can't directly do that, but it can access any like data set, text, or URL that
Uh,
I input,
oh, okay.
and then it can help analyze, summarize, or interpret it.
Right. So I guess you'd have to create a vector store and feed it either a PDF or some sort of um, data source. Then it will analyze it from there. That sounds.
What I want to do is give it access to our government, the US government website, where all of the declassified information is at.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's really what I'm trying to do.
Okay. So then I guess you got to feed it the link to the website.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try, but I'm not sure if it'll be that simple. I hope so.
Yeah, yeah. There's a strong possibility that they might block these sorts of access because it'll probably act as a web crawler, to access the information on the website. And especially when you start deploying web crawlers, a lot of sites will shut you down. They'll basically sever the feed. Sometimes when you try to access a site, it'll tell you, we detected suspicious activity from your blah blah blah, and then you've been blocked. That type of stuff. But you can try, see what it does.
I think I'll have to go directly to the page with all of the. I don't know. I feel like it's not going to be able to extract information through anything that's deeper than like it'll just be able to see information that's plainly on there, but it's not going to be able to like
To go through,
search.
yeah, through nested pages
Yeah.
and subdirectories and stuff. Yeah, I guess for that you would need, I guess, government pages. They don't give you API access or SDK access. You'd probably need something to have direct access to the uh, to their repository.
But I know that it can definitely, like, I could definitely take the PDF files that you find in
Hmm.
those files on CIA.gov
Right.
and upload that, and it could make sense of it for me.
Okay.
But then that still takes me having to know what information to look for.
Right.
That's what I was going to use the AI for,
Gotcha.
is to find the information. Because I mean, they tell you a lot of things on this website, but you have to know what to look for. It's like that's the safety of it, is like legal jargon or
Gotcha.
names,
Right.
stuff like that.
Well, what you're looking
It's
for
all there, but you can't just scroll through.
what are you looking for? You're looking for the Epstein files or the Diddy files or something?
Is that legal? Is that
Yeah.
public knowledge now?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You could request anything. Yeah.
That
But
would be something.
but I think you got to pay for it if you submit a requisition. I don't know how much it is, but I think some of it you got to pay for.
That's
Uh,
crazy though.
yeah, but I think some of all the files depends what the subject matter is. I mean, some of them are basically. I think it's free, but don't quote me on that. I think you're gonna have to dig a little deeper to see what's free and then what's paid. Have you tried this model, the Qwen 3 8B? Because it seems to be a lot smaller. It's about 5 gigabytes.
This is the first one that I tried.
How was it?
I haven't I haven't tried the one you're talking about.
Hmm.
This is the first time I've got into the LM Studio.
Okay.
So
Yeah, because I downloaded it and damn it didn't even let me choose where to save it. All right, stop. Yeah. Uh-uh.
what happened?
It started downloading Quen. Okay, let me cancel that. There you go. Cancel. Dang it. Yeah, because I kind of want to install it in an alternate location, but it wasn't giving me the option. So as soon as I hit download, it started downloading it right away. All right, get out of here. Goodbye. All right, cool. Cleared. Clear history. Boom. Yeah, I guess I'll mess with it later. There's LM Studio. I just installed it and I'll download a few models and see what's up.
Yeah, I'm sure as a web developer, it can be really useful.
Definitely. Definitely, because I was messing around with Hugging Face mostly. Hugging Face is pretty cool too. So it's always good to have an
Yeah,
alternative. Yeah.
whatever it's called, ablated
Yeah.
or obliterated.
Obliterated. Yeah, I gotta check that out as well. Because in fact, the tab is open right. Yep, Obliterated version 3. Yeah. Yo, Nate Dog. I'm fading. I gotta get out of here, bro.
All right, bro.
It's good catching up. And
Yes, sir. You said you're going live tomorrow?
yep, same time.
All right.
All right, bro. Get some
Good night, man.
rest. All right. Hey, yeah. Let me, share the sketch when it's ready. I want to see what you come up with for the
Yes, sir. I'll direct message you.
direct message. Yeah, the capsule. Yeah, that's exciting, man. If we can pull this off, trust me, we can put this thing every freaking where. So many applications for it.
International.
International, bro, for real. All right, Nate. Later, bro. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Good night, man.
All right, good night. Well, all right, folks. We're back at it again tomorrow, so tune in for the next installment of Indio Live. So that was Nate on the stream earlier. Thanks for coming and hanging out with your boy. All right, boys and girls. Good night. See you tomorrow.